Yeah. 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 So many lies that you hear from the net, they don't get her respect. She reporting the truth, not a check. You want an unbiased opinion straight from the chest, not a bit accomplice or someone here for a check. Tune in, these are thoughts from a lawyer on a mission who goes so hard it's like she works on commission. Trolls in the comments might say she tripping cause they lack the knowledge, they don't know they missing. Got a couple current events that you like, wanna know about law from the eyes. Tired of all these blogs running lies because their agendas are disguised. Tune in to the intellect, cause I'm sure y'all missing all the facts of the case that she steady is gifting. Someone here for the people, man, it's so uplifting. If you ain't subscribed yet, then you just omitting facts.
Hello, everyone. It is Pam Esquire, also known as Your Law Intellect. I don't know if I like this view. If you are new here, welcome. If you have been here before, welcome back. Thank you so much. You guys have already blessed your girl. I appreciate it. Mrs. C, thank you so much for the super chat. Sherman, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Uncle Mario's been a member for 23 months. You almost 2 years in. Said receiving excellent reporting. Thank you so much for the kind words. I think we had another super chat up here. Jermaine Gardner, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. And Granny the Great, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate the love and support. Y'all know why we here. Pam, why are we here? We are here because Capricorn Clark had her closeout on yesterday, waiting to testify against Diddy, because she was on there about 5 minutes before she was letting them know how she really felt, okay? She is up there on that stand emptying out her guts. She's emptying out her guts from what I've seen. Of course, I'm not in the courtroom, so I'm just getting, bits and pieces from different people here and there. But I feel like it's worthy to talk about. I told you guys I would get the transcript so we can get the line by line. She looked like she might be on there for a couple of minutes, She's been on there since 9:30. So I was waiting till we had a little bit more of her testimony before I went live. Also, I want you guys to know that there were some motions that were filed last night. So they were burning the midnight oil. I was like, they had a barbecue sausage in one hand. They had them transcripts in the other hand, trying to figure out what can we do to try to lessen some of this testimony that has been entered. So one of the issues that was out there was Kid Cudi. There is a motion to exclude part of the testimony with Kid Cudi. Specifically, let me see if I can pull that up before we get started on Capricorn, because Capricorn said, listen here, I ain't never scared. Thank you, James Payday. If she was nervous before, apparently she woke up and she said, not today. Not today. So let's see. It's just so much. I'm like, these people don't rest. They don't rest. So this was the motion. Thank you so much, Wayne, for the super chat. I appreciate the love. Let me see. So this was the defense's motion, okay? So they filed this, as you see, May 26th, and they're basically saying they want some admissibility. And this is something we talked about yesterday, and I understand there were people coming at me in the chat. Everybody's biased. There are other lawyers saying other things, and they're leaning towards other ways. I don't care what lawyer you are. There is no way that you can really give an opinion until you hear all the evidence. That means from both sides. These are just tests. That means that you just believe what everybody say and how they say it. The jury is instructed, and they are, by law, they are not supposed to make an opinion until they hear all the evidence. And what I'm trying to get you all to do is do the same thing. So as he is sitting there, He is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on every single element. So I don't care who said it, how long they've been practicing, what's going. And a lot of people that are talking, they don't really do criminal law either, or never have done criminal law. And there is a difference between criminal and civil. Again, I've done both. And now what I do is a combination of both. However, again, I'm not saying the government ain't getting no bombshells, but again, as far as some of the alleged facts, these are still, we don't know what weight. We might put weight on some individual's testimony, but what if the jury puts no weight on that testimony? Then we have stuff like this, of which there's going to be evidentiary issues where they're trying to exclude certain things that came into evidence or was part of the testimony. We don't know, just because people are accusing him of torching the car, if they can really prove that he torched the car. Like, it's just so many different things. So until all of the evidence comes in, this is the laws of our land. And like I said, this is what you will want for your loved ones or someone you halfway care about. Okay. So that's all I'm saying. So y'all, people can keep the whole, you're leaning towards one way. No, I know both sides. I see obviously what the government is trying to do. That's why I pulled up the jury instructions and everything. So you can see that's not Pam that made them jury instructions. I'm letting y'all know what the jury has to decide. And then I also let you know what the defense is arguing. Their crux is everything was consensual. Okay. She does not fit the person that is just coerced, and they're staying there because they're coerced, because she had all of these abilities to still be with her friends and whatever. And lo and behold, here's a letter that almost is saying what I said yesterday as far as the defense's argument. So they're trying to ask for admissibility of relevant defense evidence. So they say the defense appreciates the court's May 19th order setting forth procedures the parties must follow to ensure that the trial is proceeding efficiently. We have been working hard to comply with the order and to meet and confer with the government as appropriate so that we can tee up evidentiary issues in advance whenever possible. At the same time, because of the nature of a criminal trial, issues will arise during the trial that we did not anticipate before trial or by the court's deadline for exhibit lists. The defense must be afforded the opportunity to meet the government's case as it comes in and to respond to testimony elicited by the government in real time. Although 3500 material helps to preview what the government's witness will say. So 3500 material lets you know what the government's witnesses are going to say, but sometimes the witnesses, as you saw, that was consistently happening with Don Richard, they'll say stuff that was not anticipated. So they're saying we need to be able to deal with those evidentiary issues as they come up. We may try to deal with them as much as we can beforehand. However, we can't anticipate everything. So it says, until we hear the actual testimony, we do not know what the government will elicit or what its witness will say at trial. Accordingly, as the evidence comes in, we are continually adjusting our case and assessing whether we may need to add additional defense exhibits in response to the prosecution case. With that in mind, it bears emphasis that the fundamental constitutional principles protecting the rights of the accused must be considered when resolving prosecution objections to the introduction of defense evidence. There's a bunch of case law right there for those propositions. So their main point in this letter is they're talking about photographs and videos. The defense anticipates offering additional photographic evidence during its cross-examination of the government's witnesses and in the case in chief, including some exhibits that we are disclosing during the course of the trial as soon as we identify them and decide we may offer them. This type of evidence is relevant for a variety of purposes. For example, photographs of Miss Ventura illustrating that during their relationship with Mr. Combs, she continued to pursue her career as a model, musician, and actor are relevant to rebut the government's argument that Mr. Combs controlled her career and thereby coerced her to engage in freak-offs. So I told you all what the government was basically trying to put on, and we've seen some of the transcripts that shows They are trying to show a lot of his violent nature was why she didn't leave, and it was like a coerciveness, and she was afraid that her career was going to go down the drain, or that he held it all in his hands, and so that's pretty much why she did what he wanted her to do. But of course, they're arguing something different. So they go on to, for example, the evidence will show that Miss Ventura released Love a Loser. I remember that, and it was like in a movie she was in. I think it was The Matchmaker or something, in 2017, and created the artwork for the song herself. The image of that artwork is thus directly probative of her agency and refutes the government's narrative. Likewise, photographs of Miss Ventura participating in activities with her own friends demonstrate that she had her own life and support network. And photographs of Miss Ventura with Mr. Combs at various public events, sometimes with other celebrities, many of which show her smiling and clearly enjoying herself, also powerfully rebut the government's claim that she was coerced and the victim of ex trafficking, and support the defense position that she loved Mr. Combs, had her own reasons for being around him, and consented to the actual activity at issue. So they want to introduce more evidence of photographs that showed this was more of a loving, consensual relationship, of which she chose to deal with him in these freak offs and these other provocative, sexual ways and escapades on her own. And it had nothing to do with her career, because she still had one. He didn't isolate her from her friends because she still went out. Okay. And so then they go into photographs and how you can get them in, and authentication of it. Okay. Then they also, the defense being the they I am referring to, they want to exclude improper testimony regarding fact witnesses' opinion should be struck and precluded. So they say Scott Mescuddy, which is Kid Cudi's opinion that Mr. Combs was, quote, lying about his Porsche was erroneously admitted and should be stricken from the record. On redirect, the government elicited the following testimony from Mr. Mescuddy regarding his meeting at the Soho House with Mr. Combs. Question: Mr. Combs said, "I don't know what you're talking about when you asked about your car. Is that correct?" Answer: yes. Question: did you believe Mr. Combs when he said he didn't know what you were talking about? Mr. Steele objected. The court told Ms. Johnson to rephrase the question. What was your understanding when Mr. Combs said he didn't know what you were talking about at the end of the conversation? Another objection, but the court overruled it. Then it was an answer that he was lying. So they're trying to preclude that, basically saying it was improper over 701. The judge essentially said, which we'll see in the tweets, that they were going to give the government till tomorrow to respond, I guess, to this motion and what they are alleging in this motion. So that is what occurred on last night from the defense. What y'all think? Thank you so much. Capricorn is from LA. She went to Dorsey High School. She ain't never scared, child. She woke up this morning like, yeah, I've been waiting like 5 years for this. I have. Cassie is a non-factor at this point. Capricorn's testimony is damaging. That's from Major's wife. I wouldn't say it's a non-factor because she's a victim in the indictment. Like people, like somebody told me about a male. I'm like, there are 3 alleged victims in the indictment. Those 3 alleged victims would be Cassie and Jane Doe. And apparently the third person who people are speculating is Gina. We don't know. Well, I don't know. That they are the 3 victims in there. Those are what the ex trafficking involves ex-workers and victim 1. And the ex trafficking also involves victim 2, alleged victim 2. And then you also have prostitution is 1 and 2. And those claims are also part of some of the predicate acts in the actual RICO conspiracy. So to say it's damaging and you don't need her, you definitely need her because she's considered a victim. Without the victim, you don't have the trafficking. So, but I get it. The lady is really like, I know. I know she is on there like, she's like, listen, the Struggle Stream Show. Thank you so much for your super chat. You said appreciate your expertise. I appreciate your support. DJ said Pam offers a level-headed legal aspect of the case. If you prefer your feelings over fact, that's fine, but don't project that on her. If you don't like the legal, just hit the like button on your way out. And that's, thank you so much, DJ. I could have said it better myself. Because I probably won't say what you want me to say. And I probably will make you think. You're going to say something, and then I'm going to give you a rebuttal, because that's what we do in the law. We both give our responses and give our authority. And ultimately, the referee, which is the judge, decides, or the jury, who is the finder of fact, will decide. So that's just how this goes. I automatically think on both sides. Again, I was very transparent in the beginning, like Diddy ain't my fave. You know, I said that. I don't know him personally, but I just didn't like what he gave off. And to be honest, a lot of people in the music industry, they gave off, because I'm like, shoot, we doing RICOs. Why Suge Knight out? Suge Knight went to jail, went to prison for attempted unaliving someone, I think, because he ran them over with his car. Like, how do you not have, we done seen how many documentaries? Why he ain't never had no RICO? I'm just saying. I ain't trying to put him in prison longer than what he is, because he in there for a minute. But I'm just saying, like, this record industry, especially from the urban and hip hop side, and I ain't even gonna say that because they do it in all the industries. It's always been shenanigans and disrespect and wielding power, and I'm the gatekeeper and I can keep you out, and I can, you know. But what I don't agree with is all the people saying they feel like because their career didn't do anything outside of Diddy, they were blackballed. Like, no, some of you guys did not have, Diddy knew how to get people that weren't necessarily the greatest, and he can turn them into a star. That is one of the gifts that he does have. And then once you were apart and you had to do it on your own, a lot of people didn't know how to create their own fan bases outside of that. A lot of y'all, but to say, I believe I was blackballed because I wasn't able to do anything, you know, after I left him, and I feel like he told people not to deal with me. No, some of y'all really didn't have a talent like that. I'm just saying. But hey. Heck no, he don't want no bench trial for always forever. Yes, it is, Mel C. It is wild across the board, and there always has been. So yeah, I guess. Make sure y'all hit the like button so people know that we're on. What up, though? Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. What up, though? But yeah, so then the government too, you know, they can't be beaten by the defense now. They also did a motion to exclude some evidence. So Lance Jimenez is supposed to testify today, or sometime this week. The government expects to call the City of LA Fire Department arson investigator Lance Jimenez, whom the government noticed as an expert in fire cause and origin determination on March 7th, 2025. Investigator Jimenez is expected to testify in substance that he responded to the scene of an auto fire on or about January 9, 2025 at the residence located on Hollywood Hills Road. Didn't I tell y'all? They got pictures of it being torched. They had testimony from Kid Cudi that happened. They also probably is getting it from whatever Capricorn Clark knows. And then now you're still getting the fire department that came to the scene. This is what the government does. When they got the information, the facts, they're going to stack it on to let you know that you should believe my witnesses because this is true. And I'm going to triple show you why you should. The investigator Jimenez is expected to testify that he went to the Hollywood Hills Road. There he observed smoke and fire damage to a black Porsche parked in the driveway. a glass bottle filled with liquid and smelled of gasoline, and a burnt handkerchief in the driver's seat of the Porsche, and a red Bic lighter near the Porsche. Investigator Jimenez will testify that he concluded that the auto fire was deliberately set and that the cause of the fire was a Molotov cocktail dropped into the Porsche. The government understands that during Investigator Jimenez's testimony, the defense plans to attempt to elicit details regarding DNA testing and analysis that was performed after Investigator Jimenez responded to the scene of the auto fire. Specifically, as noted in Investigator Jimenez's report, LAPD serology recovered partial female DNA from the glass bottle. However, Investigator Jimenez did not collect the swabs personally, did not perform the testing himself, has no personal knowledge regarding the testing other than what is included in the report and the additional materials, and does not understand and cannot explain to what partial female DNA refers. However, the records regarding DNA collection and analysis are limited and do not detail, for instance, which part of the glass bottle the DNA was collected from, the concentration of DNA of additional contributors recovered, and how many distinct DNA profiles were developed from the glass bottle. The court should preclude cross-examination of Investigator Jimenez regarding DNA testing and results because, one, the testimony constitutes impermissible hearsay based on incomplete documentation of the DNA test, and two, the DNA evidence requires expert testimony, and three, cross-examination of Investigator Jimenez about the DNA results violate federal rules 702 and 403. And so then they go into all of those rationales and they give their authority as to why they feel like this information should not be in. I think the defense would probably just say DNA was collected. Is that right? And it didn't match Mr. Combs, did it? No. But there was a partial profile, wasn't it? It was. And it was a female. That would have been like, that's not, in my opinion, that's not necessarily saying you need a whole DNA analysis on it or whatever. I probably wouldn't even say partial. I would just generally exclude my client. So that's probably what they would argue in the response. I'm sure they're going to give a response to this, so we'll see how they argue it. Because I do agree that you do need an expert if you get into DNA. So you know about touch DNA, you know about serology from the saliva, you know what the percentages are, you know if there was, like they said, mixed DNA in it, because sometimes like that was part of the Tory Lane situation. It was like four different contributors and one of them, and they were a female or something like that. Like, it's so much to DNA because DNA is transferred so easily. Like every time you touch something, you're leaving specks of your DNA that it does need to be explained by the jury because they probably only know what they see on CSI. Okay. So I would agree with that if they actually are going to get his opinion, if he's not a DNA expert and his expertise is limited to a certain thing, they probably should not talk about that. But I don't think they should be precluded from generally talking about it because it was a part of his report. So what the government probably will try to do is just not have the report entered in and just try to ask some questions. But I'm pretty sure he was able to refresh his recollection off of the report because he's probably done a whole lot of going to fire scenes since then. So whether this is something that is just he remembers or something from all these years ago, we don't know. Because I mean, how many times has he came to scenes for something similar? So that is what was filed last night. So let's get into this text in a minute. I just wanted to go ahead and good morning, just getting here. What did I miss? What has been covered? Who is dang, Toyette? She won a whole itinerary. So last night there were some motions that were filed. And so all I have done thus far, and I only been on for 20 minutes, is I went over those motions because now we are going to pull up the actual tweets to see what's happening in the court. But before we got to the court, we had to know that there were some evidentiary hearings. I hope this helps you out. Good to see you, Just Down. Thank you so much. Did y'all hit that like button? Subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much. You said Jimenez. Okay, thank you so much, Queenie the Virgo. I appreciate that. All right, let's pull it up. And I should know that. You know what I'm saying? I had Spanish in high school. My name was, you know how they gave you, I don't know if they do that in every school, but in my school they would give you Spanish names. So my name was Budonica. Budonica. All right, let me refresh this first before I go on here. Let's see. Ooh, we got a lot of little testimony on here. He was tweeting real hard today. He was sick of y'all. People was like, "Oh, he biased." I'm like, he just tweeting what he could. That's it. Oh, she on there crying. Oh, they got a picture of her crying and everything. Oh goodness, yeah, this. All right, y'all. Let's get into it. They got pictures of her on the stand, and she's upset too. Thank you so much, Black Rose, for the super chat. I appreciate that. And Max said my ex-wife is a Capricorn. I saw it. What does that mean? What does that mean, M Mac? Are you trying to tell us something about Capricorns? Like, what's happening right now? Yes, thank you so much. They have the Cash App in the chat. It's not mandatory, but if you guys want the transcripts, then this is how we fund the transcripts, okay? All right, so if you guys are like, I want to see the full testimony of whoever, then make sure that you contribute. You know what I'm saying? We all in this together. So the judge starts out, of course, talking about the motions that we already went over. So the judge says, I see you burn the midnight oil over the weekend. What about the DNA question? The government said investigator Jimenez's knowledge of his is extremely limited. The judge said, but didn't he ask the serologist if any DNA test was done? And the AUSA said, but not the results. So then the government said, yes, there was a partial profile from the glass bottle in the car, but investigator Jimenez does not know what that means. But there, the judge said, you don't object to the report coming in, only that Mr. Agnifilo will ask. So then the government said, we do object to the report coming in. So they don't want the report coming in, even though it's hearsay in a sense, because it sounds like there's other information he may have put in the report, but I guess he may be able to at least lay the foundation for part of it. But yeah. So then Agnifilo says he got the results back. If the DNA came back with Sean Combs' DNA, this investigation would have gone in a different direction, but it was consistent with the female contributor. Then the judge said, so it's not whether the result was accurate, only the impact. So this is what I'm saying. I think that they can do it regarding whether it was him, to exclude him so the jury can at least think like, well, he didn't have his, it didn't have his DNA. So then the judge said, I'm going to overrule the objection, but I'll hear you at sidebar after direct. So right now they're objecting to the DNA even be mentioned. The judge just overruled, so apparently they'll probably talk about it whenever he hits the stand. However, the judge sounds like they'll have further discussions on it. Maybe he needs to think about it. So then the government said this DNA issue can mislead the jury. So then Agnifilo said, we could prove this up through the serologist. This is fair game for this witness. So they'll probably have the serologist come on there. And the government's like, I get it, AUSA. You fighting for the United States of America, but your objection is overruled. So then the judge said, what about the summary charts? When are they being offered? The government said some early next week, others along our second to last witness before we rest our case. So the judge said bringing in bank and phone records and text is okay, but some text threads are already in. So oftentimes what I seen was they have, I don't know what the name is, some type of case manager or case, I don't know, case reviewer, case something, where they give them exhibits such as text messages and phone records and things of that nature, and they make it into charts so it's easy for you to follow, because you can get into phone records and text messages and they're all over the place. So they compile them in different charts and they do different charts or whatever. And they actually, I know in the case that I was there with Whitehead, when they were organizing his stuff in the charts, they have the person that had done it. They go on the stand and basically say, I don't know this guy. I was just called to come on here to organize it in this way. Yes, it's the same, exactly the same as what was in the text or whatever you're putting in these charts. So I'm assuming that's what they're talking about. So then the judge goes on. That leaves us with the objection to Dr. Hughes. Remember, Dr. Hughes, and I mentioned it yesterday, and we talked about it in the membership. Dr. Hughes is the expert on domestic violence, and basically the defense feels like she crossed the line. There were a lot of objections. The judge had made rulings of which the defense alleges that the doctor went outside of those limitations, and so they're trying to get her struck. And so basically they have till tomorrow to respond, according to the judge. So yeah, I have to take back what I said earlier, because I thought they had to respond to the information related to the pictures and the testimony of Kid Cudi. But apparently they're saying they have this response. Oh, they get to that next. So they got to respond tomorrow about Dr. Hughes. The government side now asked to Mr. and Ms. Cudi's testimony, which seemed like an opinion. How is it admissible given the requirements of Rule 701? The government said, we like to look at these cases submitted by the defendant and then put it in a letter. So they didn't really discuss it at all. I guess they are going to respond, but they don't. I'm assuming it'll be by tomorrow. I don't know how they got time to do anything. But see, that's what happens when you're the government and you have this unlimited staff. Can you see somebody who has like a court appointed? And court appointeds get paid more in federal court than they do, I think, in state court. But can you see the resources that they have where they can just write letters overnight and stuff like probably while they're sitting there, somebody's writing it up for them, what they're asking for, and they probably just review it and see if it's okay or whatnot, because they got that type of staff. But yeah, that's part of the problem that we have when you have people that don't have money. Sean Combs has some money, so that's why he's able to go tit for tat, got people writing all through the night. Probably hasn't got any sleep. They have all these experts. That's not the story of a lot of people that don't have money. I mean, Forever T, thank you so much for the super chat. She said, thanks for spending the workday with us. Thank you for spending it with me. Queen Brielle, back at it again. Girl, thank you so much. She gifted 5 memberships. That is so freaking dope. I appreciate you. As always, she gifted some memberships yesterday. She always out here supporting you, girl, and I appreciate it. Good morning, Michi, too. We're just going over these. We're about to get into Capricorn Clark. So if that's what you came here for, you came right on time. Wings and Mumbo sauce. Thank you so much. You said, good morning, Pammy Intellects. Good morning. All right, Kelly. Good to see you. Good to see you. For always, forever. Thank you so much for the super chat. Said trying to help meet your goal. Thank you. If you guys didn't see, I did do a 10 super chat goal for this live. So let's get into it, y'all. The jury enters. The judge says, welcome back. Call your next witness. Let's get this party started. The government calls Capricorn Clark, Where did you grow up? I was born in San Francisco, moved to LA, worked for Def Jam, the Death Row Records, and a late 90s gangster rap label. Yeah, she worked for Suge Knight now. Mm. What was your relation to Suge Knight? He is the father of my friend's child. Then you work for Sean Combs? Yes. He is over there in the blue sweater. I worked for him for 2004 to 2012. So he done put the gray sweater off, okay? He got the blue sweater on today. Were you kidnapped? Yes. Like that. She been on the stand for 2 minutes and she already was like, he kidnapped me. He did. Everything they saying he did in the media, that's what he did. She said, he kidnapped me. Okay. I wonder how Diddy's face was. Now, I would want to be in the courtroom to see what he says. Does he just act like he's writing and he don't hear it? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Like, what do you do when somebody says, he kidnapped me after pointing you out in your blue cute sweater? That's what I'm like, well, damn. I told you, I said she ain't wasting no time. She seemed like she had that crease in them pants and she was waiting on this moment. Soap opera, thank you for the super chat. She said, thank you for the coverage. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate it. That ain't even ease into it, Sunflower. Did you get kidnapped? I did. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, all righty then, Cap. So then the government says, when did you first meet Mr. Combs? When I moved to NYC in 2002, we were super platonic friends. Why do you have to give information that you were super platonic friends? What does super platonic? I know what platonic means. But when you add super to it, does that make you extra, like extra not in a relationship? In a romantic relationship or something? A headhunter said I should work for him as a personal assistant. I did until 2006. Your duties? Shadow him from wake up. Okay. You said, Bella said she wasn't attracted at all. Said, I don't want y'all to get it twisted. Wasn't none of that. I wasn't doing nothing strange for a little change. We was super platonic. Okay. Super duper platonic. Listen. Hey, 504. Good to see you. Okay, so now she shadows him in the morning. That's part of her job. So the government said, then what? She says, head of women's of Fashawn John. How long? A year. Then global brand director for Sean Combs, name and likeness due diligence to grow the brand. Then I was terminated until 2016 for Cassandra Ventura. Okay. Did you work in this building? And then they did a photo of Bad Boy Records office. Yes, we moved there in 2005. Your first day, where did Mr. Combs take you? Central Park after dark, along with Uncle Polly. He looked like a linebacker. Does this photo look like him? No, he doesn't have on the blackout shades he wore all the time. So I guess Uncle Polly was a big cocky dude and he wore shades so you could never see the shiftiness in his eyes. Could never look him in the eyes because he had on dark shades. What did Mr. Combs tell you in the part? That since I worked for Suge Knight, if anything happened, he might have to unalive me. Objection! Like what? So the first time you meet him, you and Uncle Polly and Diddy go to Central Park in the dark with this big cocky joker with dark glasses, and he tell you, oh, you work for Suge, I'm gonna have to take you out. What? Objection! Baby, I would have turned around and that would have been the end of my little bad boy days. They'd have been like, Pam, did you work for Bad Boys for 24 hours? What do you mean for 24 hours? Oh, literally for 24 hours. Like I sat there, I got my little key card. They gave me a little cubby. I got my badge and the code to get into the building. I met two people, and then Diddy asked me to go over to Central Park. He had big cocky homeboy with the dark glasses that I couldn't see his little beady eyes. And he told me I work for Suge Knight and he's about to take me out. And I said, you ain't got to worry about me. You ain't got to worry about me. So that was my 24 hours. That's it. So then the woman he chose said, thank you, Pam. You're the best. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Well, Cassie is the star witness because she's the victim. So, well, she's the alleged victim. Anyway, that was an objection. The judge overruled it, said proceed. So then the government said, how did you take it? She said, seriously. It had gravitis or gravitis. Is that what she's saying? Gravitis? Like going to the grave? The itis for the grave? I don't know. How did you react? I said, I didn't have anything to do with that stuff. Objection! Sustained. Miss Steiner. They get it like, girl, that's the problem they got. That's the problem they having with this testimony. They were concerned that people are going to talk about, if y'all don't know, Brian Steele in his infamous mistrial self has already asked for a mistrial because he thought that someone, and it may have been her, I can't remember, I gotta look at the transcript again, was going to testify about all these different allegations that people have made, and people have said it in my chat, of alleging Diddy, then took a few people out. You know what I'm saying? And so it seems like Cap is trying to let y'all know No, I don't think she works for him anymore. I got time today. I don't think so. No. You said she doing too much too soon. That's from Coco. Y'all know he got the information. Your Honor, every time he stood up, Brian Steele in the YSL trial, Your Honor, I need to place this on the record. We're going to ask for a mistrial, and these are our bases. He'll go on for 20 minutes, sit down. By the next day, Your Honor, we will be filing a motion for a mistrial because we have already made this discussion and this person said A, B, C, D, and E. Thank you so much. The next day, Your Honor, we're going to ask for a mistrial. Okay. So let's go on. You said motion denied. It seemed a bit premature, but now it's looking like okay. So then they say, so there was an objection. The judge sustained it, told the government, listen, sis, like, please don't make us have a mistrial. We done came too far. So then the government said, what was Polly's role? So y'all know Uncle Polly is the one that's been mentioned several times as being a bodyguard. So she says, all aspects of Mr. Combs' movements to keep him safe. There were also D-Rock, Roger Bonds, and Ruben. Who was D-Rock? A good friend of Biggie Smalls, running back type guy. So he had a running back type body. So he had all these cockies around him. Did you ever observe Mr. Combs with a pow-pow? Yes, in my home. See what I'm saying? She had them clothes ironed for today. And did he talk about it? Mr. Combs told Chris Lighty he had a GUN. He had a problem with 50 Cent. Y'all know 50 about to be trolling the hell out of Diddy today. His name got mentioned in this trial. It's about to be troll century. Diddy is about to have a whole field day. Thank you, Sherry, for the Cash App. I appreciate it, sis. Y'all already know Diddy is about. He was, as soon as he saw it, he on there going after him. Were you ever accused of stealing? Yes, jewelry. It had been given to me. It was on loan. And it went missing? Yes. So I don't know, like from reading that. So is she saying, you know how sometimes you can borrow jewelry from companies? Like, is she saying like maybe they were going somewhere and Diddy got a loan of jewelry for her? And then she's saying it went missing and it was loaned out. So maybe Diddy was saying you ain't really, it's not really missing. You really got it and you just ain't giving it back. I'm thinking that might be what it is, but you know, I'm just reading between the lines. What y'all think? I remember the one time I got into it with 50 Cent on Twitter. My mentions were in shambles. 50 ain't got nothing but time. Okay. And then his remember his baby mama got caught into this stuff where her name came up. So yeah, 50 is sitting back waiting. Yeah, that's what a lot of these artists do. They actually just loan out jewelry. They don't be owning it a lot of the times. So yeah. Peachy Bama said he ain't trust nobody. I mean, you kind of gotta be that way because he knows people. Like, if I'm treating you this bad and I'm not even giving you a reason to like me, why would I think you really like me? Like, I'm not a good friend. I'm not being a good person. Why would you really like me but for the fact what I can do for you? So no, I don't trust you because I know that you are here for you have a motive and you have an agenda as to why you're here. Be it because you think I give you a career, you can be around celebrities, you get to hit the red carpets, whatever your reason is. Because people will do a whole lot to like get free access. So that's why like my friends that are like known artists that come to Detroit, I'm usually like, I got my ticket, you know, I got my tickets or whatever to come because I don't never want you to think our relationship is premised off of what you do because that's not the case. And 9 times out of 10, they like, girl, I got your con tickets, you on the list, but it's still just a point. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that would be a horrible feeling to just feel like you got lopsided relationships because of what you do. But I mean, again, Diddy wasn't treating people in that way either, allegedly, according to what we heard. You said so the jewelry you buy is hand-me-downs. They're not even buying it. They renting it. What you talking about? All right, so let's go on. What did you do? What did you do? From Teterboro, I called 1440 and told them to lock it down. And what did Uncle Polly do? He questioned me 3 hours. You went home? To Queens, yes, with Uncle Polly. He searched my house. Where did Uncle Polly take you? 1710 Broadway. It was dilapidated. It was being fixed up. But I didn't know that. Uncle Polly took me to the 6th floor. The door was locked behind us. There was a 6-foot folding table and a heavyset man. This sounds like a movie. So they done took you to an abandoned building or a building under construction. You go to the 6th floor. You walk in the room. They say clink. They lock the door. And then you look at a table and it's a long Godfather-like table. And you got this big heavy set guy at the end. And then she says, can you describe him? He was 5 of me, so he was huge. 2 linebackers. He was chain smoking. How is this not sounding like a movie, like the straight up The Godfather or something? Like, did Uncle Paulie stay? No, intermittently he came back. What did the heavyset man do? I was there to take a lie detector test. Remember, we had another assistant say he had to take a lie detector test. But interestingly, they didn't go into like this whole setting with him. So maybe his experience was different. Because I think if that guy had to go into a building with a big room and doors locked behind him, he probably would have said it. He did say he was nervous about it and he was scared because, you know, most people are nervous and scared when they take lie detector tests. But he didn't have all of this background. She giving us the gangster background. What did he say would happen if you failed the lie detector test? That they would throw me in the East River. How is this not sounding like this should be on one of the mob reality shows? Objection. Can we have a sidebar? So they objected and they went over there to talk. So we gonna see what happened in that sidebar when we get this transcript. Tracy, that part, pick up your camera because this right here, these transcripts can definitely be a movie. Because Tyler Perry do need help. Because I'm tired of these stereotypical shows. But that's a whole nother conversation. Sunshine said, came in late, Pam. That's why I watch your channel, because you give all the info and educate, but hold out your opinion until all evidence has been displayed. Thank you so much, Sunshine. It'd be hard though sometimes, Sunshine. I'm telling you right now. Because I get where people are coming from, because I am a person as well. And I don't like some people that I talk about. I really personally could live my whole life without ever knowing they existed. They just have personalities that I could just live without. But that's Pam, the person. But Pam, knowing that people go to prison that shouldn't, says everybody should go through the entire process and everybody should be able to defend themselves, present their case, and let a jury of your peers weigh the evidence. And that's how it should go. I want 50 to do this series of Young Thug and Lucci. This is madness. It is fine, 9J. It is. You said Miss Donald said she is trying it hard. She doing a lot. You said Tubi figuring out a plan as we, Tubi have a movie before the trial over with. That's how they did Tory Lanez. I'm like, how y'all got a Tubi movie already? You said, but in all seriousness, this trial is a mockery. It is very interesting. Yeah, very, very interesting. All right, let's go on. There was a sidebar, as they should be. We're going to probably know. If we get the transcript, we'll be able to know. So the judge said, Miss Steiner, you may proceed. The government says, what was his demeanor? She says, very serious. I was terrified. Did you want to be taking the test? No, I was afraid. How was the test? Wires on you and they question you. Did you steal? So she's saying like that was the main question that they give or whatever. Did he tell the results? He said to calm down, that he couldn't get a good reading and he might have to throw me in the East River. Anyone else in the building? Not to my knowledge. Could you leave? No. Paul said no. Interesting fact about lie detector tests, because I have my clients take them all the time. They actually, so in lie detector tests, you only can have one, well, I'm not going to say only, but the best results are when you have one or maybe two general questions involved. So if you want to know, was your client actually the person that unalived somebody? And that's your general question. They're going to ask you questions to all the other questions that they ask you is leading up to that one question. So if they ask you something generally, if you lie about anything, you're going to flunk. So you have to tell the truth about every little thing. So sometimes they'll ask you questions that make you think. Like, have you ever committed a crime in your life? Some people will start thinking like, nah, I was never arrested or convicted, But I mean, when I bust out that window, it might have been, is that considered a crime? Like, have things that make you think. And so you can see how the lie detector test moves up when you're thinking or you're not sure of the answer. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting concept. Again, lie detector tests are not admissible in court because there's still debate on different techniques and the reliability. However, interesting enough, when you pass lie detector tests, oftentimes in federal cases, like say they ask you to take a lie detector test, that will stop. Or sometimes they won't even charge you like once you pass. So they do have some credence because they won't even charge you once you pass. But if it's inconclusive or you failed or whatever, then yeah, you might get that indictment. But sometimes they'll offer it for you. And I know, like in Michigan, if you're accused of X related crimes, you can actually request a lie detector test. It's interesting. But anyway, I digress. Anyone else in the building? Not to my knowledge. Could you leave? No. Paul said no. What did Paul say at the end? That he'd come back the next day to figure this out. We started again. Another lie detector test in the same location all day. Were you free to leave? No. How long did this go on? For 5 days. So she's saying for 5 days, she was in this building being repaired, sitting there, I guess, where all day long they was trying to get her to take this lie detector test, and I guess so the dude can get a result. Cynthia says someone played a previous interview with Suge Knight where he said that Puff had an issue with his hands and wine. Suge said Puff really beat Cassie or Cece Capricorn bad and she left the company. Oh, wow. Timbuktu says sounds like a mental and psychological intimidation test. I sound like Pam, keep your opinions to yourself, Pam. Okay. You get me, said the fact he was able to compartmentalize his life like that is amazing. I would have never thought he was a drug addict gangster all while being a mogul. And it's such a mixed bag because we've also seen things such as people threatening to release video recordings or whatever and him paying it. Like, you really don't do that when you like, oh, okay, this is what you want to do. You won't be here to get that money. You know what I'm saying? So, and then there was a documentary, and one of his really good friends that grew up with him, that lived with him, was like, he was a punk, like he got bullied. You know, like people took his bike. Give me your bike. Oh, that's a new BMX. I like that BMX. Why don't you get it off of it so I can ride it? No, my mommy said no. No, I don't care what your mama said. Give me that bike. That's in my mind how it went. Okay. He didn't say all that. He just said it was times where he got bullied and stuff, and they was trying to take his bike, and they all got tired of it. And I guess they came over there to his rescue and stuff. So he wasn't about that life. Okay. That was my point. He was one of them kids that wore them dress shirts and shoes, them dress shoes and all of that while he was in school. And so this level of power where people will do anything and you can hire bodyguards to handle your light work, quote unquote, is probably just the whole ego and power tripping he was projecting because he was a little punk when he was a kid. That's all. Cassandra said, why don't these people ever quit their job? Girl, that's why I said it. You know it's true. He had the little red BMX bike with the little cushiony cover that was over on the bar. That's what he had. Yeah. Aaliyah said, I don't know, maybe it's a Scorpio thing because I'm really like 20 different people in one. And listen, he definitely had. I was watching something with Diddy with Lori Ann Gibson. Remember, she was the dance instructor. She's the one that did all the routines for the people or whatnot. And he was like going in And then he turned into just this charming person. And then you got to look at it, his kids, they seen a whole, like, Kim's best friend was saying his kids don't know this type of Diddy that people talk about because he's a great father. So he literally, when you look at his eyes, you could almost see the shift change in his eyes, where it was like, you miss me, don't you? She was like crying because I think she was pissed off. Like, you're not even taking this seriously. And we just got into it. I've never disrespected the way you just disrespected me. And he was like, we miss you because you the best in the game. I just want to know how we can move forward. When at first he was like, going a little hard. Then he like switched it real quick. I was like, yeah, he got multiple people up in him. It's like multiple things going on. JoJo said, oh yeah, he treated Lorianne like, I thought she sued him too, but I don't know. Hey, Miss Gigi, I think he knew who he could intimidate. I don't know. Thank you, Nathaniel, for the Cash App, and James, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate it. And Sherry, thank you. I hope so. Teray said, are any of these people she is mentioning being called testify? I hope so. All right, let's get back. So she's doing this for 5 days. Did you tell anyone where you were? No, I was just trying to survive it. I worked under an NDA. Objection. They're going to object all of. This lady said, when I get on this stand under oath, everything that has been bubbling up, I'm telling for everybody. I am the voice of everybody that's pissed and worked for Diddy. And she went in there with one agenda. They asked a yes or no question, and she adds, she's gonna add something. He kidnapped me. He left me in an abandoned building. 5 days, 24 hours. I was terrified. Big black blind backer had me in the dark. Like, she's very descriptive with everything that she does, which should make anybody be like, oh. She did sue him and she won. Oh, wow. I'm going to have to find that lawsuit. You know where it was at? I'm going to have to look it up. Hey, Kia Elder, good to see you. All right, let's go on. Okay. So it was sustained. Jury should disregard the last. Do you think the jury is really going to disregard? I was trying to survive. I was under an NDA, meaning I couldn't say nothing because I was muzzled. That's a crime, girl. That's kidnapping. If you couldn't go anywhere. NDAs don't matter when it comes to that. What would have you been doing? Shadowing Mr. Combs. So during that time while she getting this lie detector done, on a typical day, she's shadowing him to be there. She's the personal assistant, so she gets him whatever he needs all through the day. What happened after 5 days? That I could return to work, that Mr. Combs would see me the next week. Did Mr. Combs ever discuss it with you? No. Why did you continue to work with Mr. Combs? If I left, they'll think I stole. So she's saying she stayed with this joker who had her under interrogation with 9 police people in a building for 5 days. And when it was all over, she just went back and worked with him because she didn't want the impression from them that she actually stole. So she felt like it'd be a look of impropriety that if she left, they would think she stole from them. Work in progress that I would have been in the unemployment line the next day. I'd have been calling 1855 Pam Law too. That's what I would have been calling. That is unlawful imprisonment from a civil standpoint. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. There is no jury that would not agree that this goes outside the bounds of decency, and that any reasonable citizen in society would think so. So I would do intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligent infliction of emotional distress, How did you eat? Did you get something to drink? Even they make that happen and when you are arrested. So even you got to have, that's a deprivation of rights if you don't, they don't allow that during interrogation, and you can actually have statements thrown out because people are just wanting to go. You know what I'm saying? The way I would have sued him, I wouldn't have had to work. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Well, the lawyer gonna tell you to call the police. They're gonna tell you to do that anyway. But Diddy probably would have said he don't know nothing about it. Like, how you gonna prove it? It's really your word against them too. But the point of getting that type of information out, I think that Diddy wouldn't want that type of pub. Like, he wouldn't even want that. He probably would have just cashed out like he did with the girl with the hanger with Carrie Morgan. But nah. Mm-mm. Shay B said Diddy is a demon. My God, today. My goodness. Penny said she only got 50K for stress. I'm sure Diddy had police on payroll. It wouldn't shock me because it's alleged that that's how death row was. So apparently this is what people did or whatnot. And even like I said, I told y'all the story, if you guys follow me, about DMX and being cool with DMX. And his security, he had ex. I don't know if I think one of them might have been a Illinois police officer at that time. So when they would go to different states, they would actually, I guess, prefer to get security from the police departments, and they would give it to him. So his personal security was an ex-officer, I believe. Let's go on. So then the government asked, "What were your days like?" She said, "From his townhouse at 74th Street and Park in the morning to Daddy's house studio at night." "How much sleep did you get?" "On a good day, 4 hours. On a bad day, I got a stress condition. I was paid 55,000." So how did the other assistant get like 120,000? This sounds like some sexism going on here. How that assistant get 120,000 but you get 55? "Did you get paid overtime?" "No, I spoke to the head of HR. She said I was owed 80,000. Girl. Mm, mm, mm. How did Mr. Combs respond? Whoosh, he ripped up the paper. "Will Mr. Combs stay in hotels?" "Yes." "With whom?" "Kim Porter, once a week." You get me, said, "Do they really believe he would have thrown them in the river?" Listen. I wouldn't have stuck around to find out. That's for sure. Lil Baby said if R. Kelly had police on payroll, Puff definitely had police on payroll. Darla Nikki said he definitely has personality disorder. Well, allegedly he may have a personality disorder. I think it was mentioned that he did, according to Cassie, he did suffer from bipolar, is what came out in Cassie's testimony. I don't know if that was, it sounded like he was diagnosed, but hey. 80K. So that means she was getting paid per hour then, right? If you say 55,000, I was thinking that she gets she's salaried, right? Um because you wouldn't just say 55,000. That sounds more salaried, and typically you don't get overtime for a salary. So I'm wondering where they came with the 80,000 at, cuz they're alluding that she gets paid hourly. Cassandra says she was kidnapped for 5 days in an abandoned building and she stayed because she didn't want them to think she stole something. Once again, quit. You ain't hear all these people that get mad at everybody that says that because they say you don't know the psychological nature behind this type of terror and abuse. This is where they're coming with the coercion at. People felt like they had to endure this or something may happen to them. That's what they're getting at with a lot of this testimony. It's proven like, and I think they're trying to use other people as well, such as her, to say, well, if everybody else was scared because of coercive nature, then probably the victims were scared that are in the indictment, to make that deduction that the victims probably were scared. But the thing, like I'm saying, is I think the defense has pretty much proven that, in my opinion, I think that they have, I'm not going to say proven because they haven't put on the case, but I think they have shown, or at least gave some reasonable doubt as to whether this was coercion or just a consensual relationship that was toxic and he was just a horrible boyfriend. Because she testified she continued to do it because she loved him. It was something he wanted and she didn't want to do it with nobody else. But I get like where they coming with this. All these people were fearful of him. So they're going to get people to get on the stand and just talk about how much of a monster he is and how they were scared. And that's why all these people came out. Like I seen Sarah Stokes in a recent interview. People scared of him, man. People keep saying that, but we was all scared of him. She's another one that said something about she believes that she was blackballed by Diddy. Yeah, I would have lasted 24 hours. I would have. Yes, Wayne. Why are you not using Westmoreland? Agnifilo is objecting, so I'm assuming he's gonna cross. Yolanda said he was a boyfriend to his employee. It's a power struggle. That's what Yolanda said. All right, let's get back to the tweets. Make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe. It's 1,500 of y'all. Make your girl proud with them likes and stuff. So they said she stayed in hotels once. He stayed in hotels once a week with Kim Porter. What names would he book rooms under? Remember, I told you they'll get evidence after evidence. Now you done had the manager say it, you done had Cassie say it, you done had assistants say it, but they still gonna have Capricorn Clark say what his aliases are. So what names would he book rooms under? Frank Black and Frank White, and his girlfriends, Jackie Starr. Where did he stay? Intercontinental Buckhead in Atlanta, Beverly Hills Hotel in LA. What were in his bags? A camera, small bottle of baby oil and lube, cameras every time. You see what I'm saying? Like she like, yeah, he was recording people. Yep, he was. Cameras, baby oil and lube, cameras, just in case you ain't heard the first time. And what were you doing? Watching TV, ordering room service, keeping up on sleep. Afterward, I'll sweep the room for anything left behind. Any damage? Baby oil. How frequently would Mr. Combs stay in a hotel with Cassandra Ventura in 2008? Like once a week at Meritage. I'm sure you guys are going to correct me. The London Intercontinental for several days. The IV drips. So I guess she ordered IV drips when it was over. Did he speak to you about his relationship with Miss Ventura? Yes. Miss London was there. Chef Jordan in the other room. He called Cassie over, asked her to walk there. Hand me that. Go back in the other room. And she did it. And what did he say? You biatches won't do that. That's why you don't have a man. He told him, you don't do for me. You don't do for your man like Cassie do for me. That's why you single. And what did you say? Your mother effing right. So basically, Capricorn said she got respect for herself. So you right. I'm not going to do for no man like what Cassie doing. I'm not doing that for no man. However, what I will do is I'll go in the dark in Central Park and let somebody threaten me and say I'm going to come up missing or unalive. Oh, and what I will do is let some man that I ain't banging, I'm going to go for 5 days because they accused me of stealing. And then I'm going to come back after I was there for 5 days, or I was gone, and I'm gonna come back like nothing happened and start working for this man because I don't want him to think I stole. But I got too much self-respect to do what some man tell me to do and to bring me this, and she did it. So he called Cassie over, asked her to walk there, hand me that, go back in the room, and she did it. And he was like, that's why y'all ain't got no man, because you don't know how to treat him, basically. And she like, you mad effing right. This is stupid. This is so dumb. Thank you. This is stressing me out. Thank you so much for helping me out here. Y'all so sweet. See, that's the friends I need. You know what I'm saying? Some people ain't got a mirror or friends. I got both over here. Thank you so much. She tough with him on that, but not being kidnapped for 5 days. Listen, that's all I'm saying. Make it make sense. You getting paid $55,000. That's like you doing it for free for some man. $55K? What you about to do with that in New York? New York is one of the highest cost of living in the country. Okay, let's go on. Let's go on. That just, lady, no. And what did you say? You MFing right. Did you observe Mr. Combs obtain drugs? A girlfriend in New York and LA from one stop, Molly, ecstasy, was delivered to Puff or to me. So basically, yeah, he said girlfriends bring it. We heard about one stop who got it from vitamin C all the way to birth control pills. And then apparently, they seen it. Did he ask you to get drugs for him? Yes, ecstasy. And in the south of France, yeah, it's a lot of little stuff missing. I'm going to have to see what this transcript got to say. And in the south of France, he asked me to get cocaine. I said, for who? He said, why? I wasn't going to do it, given how my mother died. Objection, sidebar. So it sounds like her mama might have been a drug addict and she must have OD'd or something. I'm just speculating. You said everyone knew one stop. Man, these transcripts about to be lit. Okay. All right. Hit the like button, guys. So there's the sidebar. We got Houston, we have a problem. They doing a bunch of sidebars because she just out here. I told y'all, I was like, she came in and was like, I'm overly ready. Okay. She knew exactly what she wanted to get out on that record, and that's what she's doing. So then they come back on the record. The government said, who did Mr. Combs say the drugs were for? She said, he said, not me. Did you get them? Yes, through a Spanish security guard. He also gets prescription drugs in my name. They were in the toiletry bag I'd carried for security. So you won't let a man tell you, get this, get that, but you let a man put drugs in your name and you knew about it, or prescriptions in your name, and you'll go get drugs for him? What about bulk cash? Yes, 100,000 euros coming back from Europe. Where did he get it? Club bookings in Europe. He'd keep it, then give it to security, then into his bedroom personal safe. So the cash thing they're trying to say, he basically had cash and he would get large lumps of cash, I guess, in order to pay off people for these freak offs, for the escorts and all of that, to pay them. But it sounds like from her testimony, which makes sense, there's a lot of people that require cash. Like Aretha Franklin was like that. When some people got one time, they want their cash up front before they even hit whatever venue they're at. And they'll say they want it in all cash. They ain't trying to do no cashier's check. They don't care if you do a money order. They want it in cash. So she's saying like it was an appearance in Europe. She's seen him get 100,000 euros. Was there violence? Fighting? Was Mr. Combs violent with you? Yes. I thought you never asked. This is probably how she's thinking. Like, I thought you never asked. At Star Island, he told me you are not to leave this house. Pharrell Williams was brought in by boat. I returned Mr. Walker to Palm Island. He called and said, where the F are you? You can't have a life. A Pharrell name to have been brought up in here. One time I asked the chef if there were turkey bacon. She said, no effing turkey bacon. I said, I hate it here. You mad because ain't no bacon, but you not mad you was locked up for 5 days? The chef told Mr. Combs, and he pushed me again and again. So he was like, and the government said, what did he say? He said, if you hate it here, get the F out of here. I'd have been like, you ain't got to tell me twice. Pack my wraps and roll. Then the government said, did you leave your employment? She said, I did. But did you return as global brand director? So she did leave and she came back. Is what she's saying. Foxy BRN said she was only making $55K. She's dumb. She should have been making at least $150. Oh God. Wow, she's all over the place. Does she risk being seen as having no credibility? Oh, this cross is gonna be. If Westmoreland should have had her, because this cross would be like epic. I don't got that much confidence in Agnifilo on this, but he's the lead, and I think Garagos is also the lead. I think they're the lead attorneys. So she returned as global, and the government said, why? She said, he was impressed by what I did in the job I'd left for a couple of albums. He said you wouldn't have to work directly for me. So she came back to work for him because I guess he liked her work ethic, but he told her, you ain't got to deal with me. I'm going to give you a job within the company as opposed to you being one-on-one with me. So she was like, sold. So, what were you doing for Miss Ventura? Managing her image, maximize the optics for her, for Sean Combs. He had final approval on everything. In LA, where did you live? A gated community. We have followed Kim Porter there. Like what? In LA, where did you live? A gated community. We have followed Kim Porter there. Why would you like add Kim Porter? We follow her to the gated community. What you guys are noticing though, a lot of this stuff, when she's adding stuff, you can tell she was coached. Like, I wonder how many times she talked to the government, because some of the things that she's just kind of adding in there, she's making sure that she says certain buzzwords that we keep hearing over and over again. Where was Miss Ventura? In New York, on New York City on West End. She would come to LA and stay with him or with me or in a hotel. Who else was Miss Ventura seeing? Scott Cuddy. How'd you learn that? She brought him to my apartment. And what did she say? She texted me they were going to this public place in LA. I told her it was a bad idea and to delete the text. Why? If Mr. Combs learned about Mr. Mescuddy, Mr. Combs paid for my phone and hers. So you texting this, and he got access to all your phone records and all of your information. Thank you, Alberta, for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Kelly said, oh, yeah, they definitely were coached to add things. Vintage said, the way I just looked at my phone. I don't have confidence in Agnifilo either after the interview he did with the guy Levine from TMZ. Or Levin. I said Levine. Lord have mercy. Okay, let's go on. I took Cassie to Best Buy to get a burner phone. So she was the co-conspirator on keeping the Mescuddy situation away from her boss, who she was scared of and thought was acting crazy. So she the one put her up on game. Like, girl, he paid for your phone and my phone. Are you really texting and talking to Kid Cudi like that? Sis, let's go to Best Buy and go get you a burner phone so you can talk to him. It sounds like she was still with Diddy. That's what it's giving. It's giving they were still messing with each other or they were still together or something. I don't know. What do y'all think? A Spanish lady just named you Bonita. So they named you beautiful. That's from the honorable leg jury. You said Cap ain't loyal. No wonder she kept getting caught. Oh, Jesus. She got her sneaky links on from Best Buy. Rob CD, you ain't got to turn these comments off. You can just leave the chat. You can like totally leave and like never come back. Because I don't like those type of comments. We're reading what it is. And you sound a bit too emotional for my platform. That's what you sound like. But you can leave. You can. Star Bell says, sounds right to me. Tiny says she knew Diddy had others and liked the attention Cudi was getting. He probably was. He seemed like a decent guy. This woman is so unprofessional to have any boundaries. Like, how are you helping your boss's girlfriend cheat? Oh my God. It's interesting. This is interesting. Nah. Y'all know this is interesting. I hope Tyler Perry is looking. Definitely, because why else would Cudi say he got played by Cassie? That's from High Five. Oh my goodness. I'm just reading what's on here and y'all still get mad at me. Like, what the heck? Okay, so she took Cassie to get the burner phone. So we know where the burner phone came. When did Mr. Combs return to town? Not long after. He took Cassie to a hotel, the Ciparini. So basically, it's giving they were together. That's what it's giving to me. That they were, if they were broke up, maybe they was broke up and I was mad at you. I don't want to be with you no more and hung up. And then all of a sudden, 24 hours, they was like, what's up, big head? Nothing. What you doing, mama? Nothing. You want to come by? This is later on about Cudi taking them to the hotel. This was after all this stuff happened. We haven't got to that yet. We ain't got to that. Hold on, y'all. Hold your horses. So he took Cassie to the hotel, and then she said December 22nd, 2011, between 5:30 and 6 a.m., there was a banging at my door. So she remembered like it was yesterday. She said December 22nd, 2011, 3 days before Christmas, between 5:30 and 6, there was a banging at my door. And what did you see through the peephole? A furious puff. Objection. Ask another question, Miss Steiner. What was his movement? Pacing with something in his hand. Did you open the door? I did. And what was he wearing? Button down sweater, torn pants, and he was holding a GUN. He came into my apartment and said, why didn't you tell me? Who is Scott? I said, I don't know any Scott. My name is Bennett and I ain't in it. And what did he say? We gonna go kill this nigga. Wow. And where was the pow pow? In his hand. I said I didn't want to go. He said, I don't give a F what you want. Get dressed. He said, what concerns did you have? He never come to my house. Did you try to escape? No, I got dressed. Shoot, he had a pop out. What you think? What would you do? Somebody come to your house with a GUN. So yeah, that's the Peachy Bama said, here comes the car scene. Absolutely, here we go. Rashida said, I think he only saw her as property and not his girl. I told y'all he was having flashbacks of when they was taking his BMX bike. So he looked, I think he has women issues. He has mommy issues. It's just my opinion because I heard his mama, she wasn't to be played with back in the day. His daddy was like the driver for one of the biggest gangsters back then, allegedly. So they had that fast life going on. The friend alleged in the documentary, they had them same little parties and it was nothing to open up the door and see people getting it in. Like that's how they grew up. So I think he just has he has a disrespect towards women, and it's really a woman hating spirit that he got. Okay. And when he does probably look at her as property, perhaps. And so he was having them flashbacks of when they was taking his bike. And he was like, so this person in the industry who know we kicking it, gonna kick it with her? Oh, nah. Ain't nobody taking nothing else from me. I took a bunch of L's when I was 12. Ain't nobody taking no more. I'm not doing it. So anyway, that's what it seems like. I'm just, I'm no psychologist, but that's just my assessment. Okay, let's go on. So we had a pow and all of that. So she said, I got dressed like all y'all would have did. I ain't gonna lie, I probably would have got dressed too. I'd have been like, all right, Puff, where we going? Where we going? Who joined in? Robin in the Black Escalade executive class. Where was, it's Ruben, I'm sorry. Ruben in the Black Escalade executive class. Where was Ruben? The driver's seat. I got in the back seat, right hand side. Mr. Combs was in the left next to me. Usually he would have sat in the front. GUN was in his lap. How long did it take to drive you from your home at the time to Cuddy's house in the Hollywood Hills? If you push it, 15 to 20 minutes. What did Mr. Combs and Ruben do at Cuddy's house? They went in. Could you see in? Yes. And what did you do? I called Cassie on her burner. This do not sound like real life. This is crazy. I called Cassie on her burner. I said, Cassie, where the F? I told her Puff was at Cuddy's house. Then I changed her number in my phone to my best friend Stormy. So she had Cassie's burner phone. It was locked in. She had it under as Cassie. And then after she said, girl, we over here at Cuddy's house. Like Puff is in Cut. What is going on here? And then when she got off, she covered her tracks and she deleted it. And she put my best friend Stormy just in case he took her phone. She said she was thinking if he took her phone, he might take her phone. Right. Hold on one second, y'all. I got to take this call because I'm technically. Sorry, guys. Had a little work to do. Sorry for that pause. Okay. Let me go on. So then, after she changed the number in her phone to my best friend Stormy, the government asked, "What did you hear on the phone?" She says that Scott was at Cassie's. When Mr. Combs came back, he took my phone and called the last number. So she changed the name. He took the phone and was like, "Girl, you ain't slick, but you ain't deleted out your phone. You just changed the name." I mean, she was thinking, but I guess she ain't think all the way through. So he like, who would you call at minimum, even if you're not calling her, you probably calling somebody to tell on me. So I'm about to see who you, even if you put your best friend in there, why you calling your best friend not just kidnapped you at gunpoint and you sitting in the car? Okay. He took my phone and called the last number. Then I saw Cuddy driving up. Mr. Combs saw my face and said, "That's that ninja right there." So they driving off and he coming in. Now he said they weren't there in his testimony when he got there. So they did one of these and probably didn't even know, that they was doing one of them. And it sounds like perhaps, so she called Cassie, and maybe Cassie, and then I guess Cassie called Cuddy. But I thought he testified that Capricorn called him directly, but I don't know. We'll see. So then Capricorn says, "We drove off and saw the police driving the other way towards Cuddy's. Puff was pulling himself together. We stopped at the Key Club and he told me to call Cassie." "What did he tell you to tell Cassie?" "That he had me and wouldn't let me go." "How did Miss Ventura respond?" "She said, 'Okay, come get me.' She was calm." "Who drove you home?" "Reuben." "What did Mr. Combs then tell you?" "To convince Cuddy not to say that it had been him in his house. I picked up Cassie." "And where did you go?" "We went to Cuddy's and tried to convince him not to file a police report." "What did you tell them?" "That Puff came to my house with the GUN." "And what did you tell them he said?" "If you tell on him, he'll hurt us all." Did he testify to all of that? Did I miss something? Or maybe was this like outside the bounds of his testimony or something? I don't remember this part of his testimony. Y'all help me out. Cassie got smart in the end and started collecting evidence plans to get him later. She got the best get back. Hey, Bam Girl 012. But I still don't believe Cassie wanted to testify because that type of information she gave. I'm behind in chat, but I would think that she would have been scared of the repercussions of them thinking that she stole something. Judge Wood, thank you for the super chat. She said, "Y'all laughing at Puff. Just wait another 7 minutes of reading on Cross. True nasty work." I'm about to, I figured, Judge Wood. Just give me a minute, all right? We getting there. Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, I figured that Cross, because I'm hearing her testimony, and I'm like, oh, they about to go in on her. You said he didn't speak to that part. Yeah, maybe they weren't able to. I don't know. I just want to make sure, because sometimes I do forget, I'll be having like my real cases and then my YouTube cases, and sometimes they intermingle. I don't got nothing this wild going on in any of my cases. I'm like, man, this is like a movie. So then the government said, what was Mr. McCuddy's reaction? Mind blown. Objection sustained. Jury disregard. So a lot of her testimony, they're going to file a motion to exclude her testimony because there's way too many objections being done and being sustained. and they're going to argue that they just can't unring a bell with some of the stuff that was said. So mark my word, they're going to try to exclude her. The judge sustained it. What happened at the house? He was kicking Cassie again and again. How was Cassie? In the fetal position. Mr. Combs kicked her all the way to the street. She was crying silently. And where was he kicking her? Her backside. So this must have been when she was crying, because they say that her voice was cracking. Hold on. I got like 50. I promise you, I just checked my email before I came on here, and I probably got about 50 emails. I just look like, what is all this? Okay. Where were you? 5 feet away. So was Ruben. And what did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, if you jump in, I'm going to F you up. And what did Ruben do? Nothing. Who did you call? D-Rock. I told him, tell your brother to stop Puff. He is kicking the ish out of her. I called Paulie too. I said, he take care of it, but Ruben did nothing. What next? Mr. Combs told me to get the F out too. I left on foot. Could you still see her getting kicked until I went around the bend? Then who did you call? Regina Ventura. I told her, he's kicking the ish out of your daughter. I can't call the police, but you can. Why didn't you call the police? The mission of the day was to get Cuddy, so no calling the police. So she called the mama and said, you need to call the police because he's beating up your daughter. No, a lot of the stuff people are testifying to, she did not testify to. Like, she did not testify to the Don Richard incident. So no, I don't remember that happen. That is true. Orlando said we saw Diddy kick Cassie on the hotel video. Yep. And then some of that too, they can say that a lot of this stuff, they're kind of maybe over exaggerating because they seen the video, how much of their perceptions are shaped. Hold on. Okay. These people logic is wild. Because if Cece called the police, he would say she was helping her get Cuddy. I'm calling the police with I don't care if he'll be locked up. Sure, he can have his phone. I'm out. Once you call the police, you got to know you need a new job, though. Okay. Do you recall if you responded? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go. I missed something. So this email, who is it from? So remember, there was an email that went into evidence, of which I think it was the $20,000 or something. So she said, Cassie, she wrote that he would be releasing of X tape about me, and he would have someone else hurt me and Scott Miss Cuddy. Do you recall if you responded to this? I don't. Is she saying that he said he was going to release a sex tape about her? Or I thought it was about Cassie, and he would have someone else hurt me and Scott. So maybe he meant it was going to release a sex tape on Cassie, and then was going to get somebody to hurt her and Scott and Kid Cudi. Do you recall if you respond to this? I don't. Did law enforcement call you? The arson investigator, Cudi, had given them my name. I hung up on them. I just wanted this over. And what did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, I should kill you itches and I should cut her face. My gosh. How many times did Mr. Combs threaten you? I'd say 50 times. D-Rock was there, just doubling down on whatever Puff was saying in the moment. Who is Hard Pierre? The president of Bad Boy Records. I told him Puff had kidnapped me. And what did Hard Pierre tell you? He said, man, that's crazy, but it's going to be okay. I got a termination notice. I was accused on not properly putting in for the vacation I was in. So all that happened and she still had to be fired? She ain't leave? Had you put in? Yes, to Harv Pierre. Did you lose benefits? All of them. Health, 401k, my house and car. Well, what if, so if he was paying for her house and her car, then maybe that's why she got paid $55,000. Because you don't have those bills. If he's providing the house and car, we know he was providing her phone and paying her bill. So maybe because working for him, she didn't have to pay for any of that. So the $55,000 was more like a stipend or something. Unless she's saying once they stopped, she stopped working for her, she couldn't afford her house and car. But she's saying she lost everything. I don't know. Okay, let's go on. What did Mr. Combs say? That I would never work again. That he would make me kill myself. And he probably did say that. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly. He probably did. Because he seemed like he would just be crashing out. Like he sounded like he just be crashing out sometime. You'll never work again. I'm that guy. I'm going to make you want to jump off the Brooklyn Bridge yourself. I ain't even got to do it. Trying to get all in her head. Because he had them little tantrums and stuff. I'll be looking at him like, you finished? Did you get a job offer? I did, but it fell through. I couldn't get a job. Did you settle with Mr. Combs in October 2012 for objection? So apparently, I guess she did sue him, but she waited till he fired her before she sued him. So this is supposed to be a picture, I guess, of her on the stand. That's the sketch. Yes, Dina, he crashed out several times in Making the Band. He did. Okay, I won't. She was hired because she knew the code and violated. She can never get another job in the industry. That's from Robert Mathis. Tutalacious Delicious said a lot of the wealthy pay their assistants like that, base pay plus housing and transportation costs. Plus, they usually provide them with company credit cards. Yeah, because at first I thought maybe she was just getting paid way less because the other assistants was like, I got paid $125K. But if you ain't got to pay for a house in New York and you don't have to pay for a car, you was kind of, you was all right. But yeah, I could totally see that being 55,000. Because the other, if I recall correctly, those assistants didn't say that he provided that. He did say there was a guest room he stayed in when they stayed at his house when they were on duty. But they didn't say like he was paying for that. So maybe that's why they made $125K. Sensible said the fact he took Wendy Williams' job away was enough to make anyone think twice. Good Tuesday, Linda. Lizette said, as someone in HR, this is all interesting. Work in progress said, I may be unhappy at work, but I'm not going to be scared. Those are two different monsters, right? So if I lose my job, could I sue because I can't pay my bill? No, I think that perhaps she maybe, I don't know, but I would assume if she went to an employment lawyer, they told her she was working too many hours and wasn't getting paid. They probably told her it was a hostile work environment. Perhaps it was, she's alleging violence. Like she had some claims. I mean, you're alleging unlawful imprisonment. Like if all this stuff happened within the requisite amount of time where there wasn't statute of limitation issues, then yeah, wrongful termination, because what you firing her for? It seems like you did that after the Kid Cudi. So, I mean, I can just think off the top of my head a few claims that she may have alleged. But apparently it looks like she settled. They have objected. They're going to try to exclude her. It's just way too much conversation. So then the government said, aside from that settlement agreement, do you have any other pending litigation against Mr. Combs? No. Did you go back to work for him? 2016. No one else would hire me. And Cassie had a new record deal with Epic. Y'all go ahead and tell me the psychological reasons behind. Because she said she could. Somebody told me this was Lauren London's sister. Is that true or not? Not true. Is that not true? Sure. The issue with Don Richard and yeah, we can talk about that too. Dina said people always go back to him. Mary J. Blige. Mary J. Blige making a couple dollars though. That's they play sister. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I do employee benefits for the exact reason. LOL. All this is too much. I don't like this stuff. And adults just gonna do weird ish on a daily basis. They were friends, not sisters. Okay. All right. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Sometimes you do have friends that you consider that. How did she pay her bills all that time? She couldn't continue that way. That's I don't know. Okay, let's go back. So she's back with Diddy. She said because she couldn't get Cassie got a deal in 2016, which kind of defeats the point of them saying like she didn't have a career and all of that stuff. Because apparently she got a new record deal with Epic. Who did you have to get approval from? Sean Combs. Cassie was taking more drugs. Was she still dating Mr. Combs? Yes. In December 2023, why did you retain an attorney? I was traumatized by Cassie's civil complaint. So she was another one that tried to sue Diddy. So after her complaint came out, she said she was traumatized. And so she got an attorney to see if she can get her a little something for her trauma. But she said they were super platonic. So it doesn't sound like they had any actual encounters. She just didn't do it. And that's what a lot of those look back statues were doing. It was related to essays and those type of assaults. That's interesting. You said she was coached to say that too. That's what I'm saying. Some of this stuff is sounding so rehearsed. I was traumatized by her civil suit. Her complaint did not reference me. I reached out to Mr. Combs and said, I want my life back. You kidnapped me. So when the complaint came out, you contacted an attorney and you said you want your life back. You kidnapped her. In 2011? But you like started working for him in 2000. Jesus Christ. Objection. Overruled. Was there a discussion of you working for Mr. Combs again? Yes, as chief of staff. When did you last speak with Miss Ventura? 2018. And Mr. Mescuddy? 2012. No further questions. So then Agnifilo like, can I start? He like ready for the ready, okay? Agnifilo like break. No, I'm ready to go. Okay, Agnifilo might have brought his A game up in here because he way too eager. All right, let me go see what I have to refresh. Y'all know how that go. Let's see what's happening. She did a whole power testimony. Like, good gosh. All right, let's see. Let's see if I could. All right, here we go. Okay. Miss Clark, this is the court. The court is talking. Miss Clark, you are still under oath. Mr. Agnifilo says, we met in April 2024. You had a lawyer, Brian Friedman. Yes. You wanted to come back and work with Mr. Combs, right? We discussed it, yes. You saw Miss Garagos taking notes. Yes. You said you didn't think Cassie was good for Mr. Combs. Why? I just thought they were toxic. Tell me about when you were in New York. I was in the Bronx. I hated it. It was 2002. I met Jeanette, then Mr. Combs. And 2001 was the World Trade Center thing. Then I met Mr. Combs. He wasn't doing drugs, right? He did ecstasy in daddy's house, but it got worse. Yes. You authorized Mr. Freeman to seek a job for you. It was all very procedural, lawyer to lawyer. But you were told you couldn't be given a job in the middle of the investigation. I don't remember that. So she was trying to get a job when all this stuff was happening with Diddy. Read this and let me know when you're done. Do you remember saying you had the biggest crush on him? What? What you say? Not super platonic. Oh, God. Objection 403. Mr. Agnifilo, state of mind. The government said it's being offered from the truth, for the truth. We had a stip on this, so they did a sidebar. They come back. You called him for chocolate. I did. You started with Def Jam, Run DMC. I don't go back that far. I'm more Foxy Brown, Redline, Jay-Z. So how did you come to work for Mr. Combs? I put my resume on Monster after the World Trade Center thing. He said, you'd work for me. I was like, maybe. He was acting on Broadway and Raisin in the Sun. I was impressed. Y'all remember Raisin in the Sun? He did do good in that, in that movie. He had a major part. He was the star. Then I shadowed him on the Vote or Die campaign. My job was to get the t-shirts on the celebrities and into the photo shoots. I'd call them and say, Puff wanted them to come. And they came. They did. How long before the jewelry missing thing? It was about 4 months. On the 4th of July, he threw a white party at his home on the Hamptons that year with Vote or Die. When did the jewelry missing happen? After July 4th. The jewels were still on loan from Jacob the jeweler. So that's her saying that. The jewels were still on loan from Jacob the jeweler. That's what I was trying to get. That's what it sounded like. A lot of these celebrities, they loan out from like Jacob the jeweler. He was involved in one of these lawsuits as well. I wonder what happened with that. And then, who else got a lie detector? Mike B, his hairstylist. He too had gone a street level of 1440 for manicures. The lie detector test was the next day. You never told HR? No. I got fired for 3 weeks. How did you get unfired? How did you get unfired? Not rehired, unfired. I went to work on his 35th birthday at Ciparini to do the celebrity list. I came back. 2004 to 2006, not at all. As personal assistant, then liaison. I was making $55,000 for Combs, then $90 at Jives. Why'd you come back to Combs? I had gotten top records for R. Kelly. Mr. Combs said he was impressed. Asked me to come back for Sean John for women. I think I was a really good employee for him. He told you were awesome. He did not use that word. You worked hard for him? I did. Others worked hard too, right? Not as hard as me. That's kind of what the other assistant said. He was like, no, the people around me didn't do as much work as I did. I did learn a lot from Mr. Combs, and they said she was almost crying. He broke the glass ceilings for us Black people in the business world. Do you need a minute? No, it's just complicated. Then the judge said, we'll take a break. So with the jury and the witness out, the judge said on the DNA question to Inspector Jimenez, the government's objection is overruled. Then the government said, we asked for a bit longer. We've not been able to eat lunch. We are running ahead of schedule. Our case may be closer to 5 weeks than 6 weeks. Okay. They said they moving a little bit fast. I kind of figured that. I was like, I don't even see them going to 6 weeks. They saying that they're going to go. Remember, it started with 8 weeks. But then the way this judge is moving, I'm like, no, this judge is moving. So then they got a longer break. And I think that's it right for now. So longer break. And yeah. So what y'all think so far? These ladies are doing everything except calling the police and trying to escape. Capricorn tried to work with Diddy Brother Love in 24 as a fixer. Yes, like that's basically what the attorney said. She hired an attorney to talk to Agnifilo as his attorney and was like, I need a job. Can I work for Diddy? So you basically were going to work for him again, but they had to tell you, girl, your name coming up in this week until the investigation is up. You can't be working for him. That's not a good look. Kim said, men are strictly transactional, opportunistic. For the right price, men want a deal. That's how Diddy got on with Clive Davis. He let Clive be. Ooh, Kim, I should have read that first. Oh my God, allegedly. Robert Mathis said the government is knocking witnesses off their list. Probably. You might be right about that. Hold on. So what do you guys think about her testimony? Like after now she on there crying, talking about he was all great and he broke glass ceilings and she wanted to work for him a few minutes ago. You know, I'm exaggerating on a few minutes, but you know, y'all know what I'm saying. Let me see. All right. This girl will not quit her job. That's from Cassandra. 10 bites of what? Thank God for the tribe. Learned a lot about women here. He go yelling at us again. He been yelling at us for 2 weeks since we started doing this. Did she have a crush prior to working for him or during, prior to what she went through or during? We probably won't know that unless we get the transcript because I don't think that information would be readily available. Complicated because I want to be. That's why in the beginning when she was like, we were super platonic friends. It was like, why those type of, and I know y'all probably like, dang, she just be harping on anything. I'm kind of trained for that to like pay very close attention to certain words being utilized. And that just seemed to me to be, why did you need to use that? You know, it's like you wanted to convince us that it wasn't nothing romantic at all. So I guess you don't come across like a woman scoring like kind of the testimony of other people looks like. So, oh, Jesus. Patrice said the prosecution has to get better witnesses for a conviction. Puff has instilled a lot of fear. Kim West said the crush was before she met him. Sherry said she was most likely enjoying the effort. Sherry, I don't think so. Robert said car wasn't bombed. The top was set on fire. It was arson, right? Because he's indicted for like part of the predicate act is arson. So we would agree that that's still arson, right? Robert, can we agree that it was arson? Alleged, that they're alleging. They say you nasty said it looks like people are fascinated. So I think the assistant probably said it best. The assistant said that he learned the most from him. He still to this day utilizes methods that he gave him. Somebody mentioned his multiple personalities. I think that, and I think to me, And the defense is going in the right direction of, when it comes to business, he was a great businessman. We know he couldn't have been with Cassie that much, because you can't even run your businesses if you're saying, oh, we did it every day. Like, that's just not going to happen, because you don't have time to do that every day. Plus, she said he still was having a room with Kim once a week. So that wasn't happening. And he had other girlfriends. He had Gina. He had these other girlfriends that he had. So I think he was a great, but you can't get that much of an empire without being a great businessman. So he did instill that, and work ethic was crazy. He had work ethic before he had money. Because remember, he was going to Howard University and he was taking the train, and he was working at Uptown with Andre Harrell for free as an A&R interning to try to get into the business. And then he started throwing the parties, and it got known about his parties and how hyped they were. And he started making money doing that. So that was kind of his door, his way to break into the door. You can't take it from him. And he did want to hire Black people. They said diversity was important for him and all of that. The problem is, as he got into it, it sounds like he became a drug addict. So you become a drug addict. So now you can't really control probably some mental health or personality issues he may have had prior to, and just never got, because of the stigma, the unnecessary stigma that is placed on that. If you need some medicine, get some medicine. People get all type of vices to try to cope with their stress, but then people don't want to go and get whatever help they need. But anyway, so it sounds like it just kind of got worse. Then he got power. The more he got control, he was power struggling. If you don't deal with your own past issues, I think he took it out. I think he loved Kim to the capacity he knew how. I think he had love for Cassie too. I know it sounds strange, but I think he had love for, just like I believe from Ike and Tina. I think Ike had love for Tina. I just think he got jealous of Tina. When she blew up, that's why he was messing with all them women, to let her know you ain't all that, to try to crush her self-esteem. That's what they do to control you. They're trying to keep you down to make it seem like you ain't all that and all of that. And I think that was part of Diddy's problem. He was a very jealous person. So from the relational part, he didn't know how to be anybody's partner, because he probably ain't see it. And all he knew is he probably loved her dirty draws to a degree. She's willing to do everything for him or anything for him. And he just didn't know how. And that's definitely not an excuse. It's just an explanation on just if you live long enough. And then as a father, when you look at Kim's best friend, who is taking care of the twins, they don't know none of this. They said they have no idea that they daddy is portrayed as this type of a monster. They don't know. So he's able to turn it on and turn it off, turn it on and turn it. Obviously, he beating with these non-melanated people in the boardrooms, and he's getting deals done. You getting collabs with Epic, collabs with Atlantic, collabs with UMG, with, like, you're getting these collabs, and it's not even a problem for you to get them. So he knows how to talk. He knows how to get deals done. He knows how to do all of that. So he does have some good qualities about him, where I can see people being conflicted. However, you kidnapped me, the conflict has been resolved. Okay, I'm out. And it's just people, it's like, he's the biggest person in the industry. And I think because of that, you want to be a part of everything he's a part of. And so now you're like, I'm being mistreated, but I'm willing to take this mistreatment. I'll take it on the chin, because look at the perks I get by being a part of it. And I think women in relationships have done it, and I think his employees have done it. But then you had the assistant that was like, listen, I seen Cassie get whooped up before, and I ain't like it. I seen Gina getting apple stone at her head, and I wasn't about that life. So I told KK what I saw, and told her I can't be a part of this. I'll train the next person for 6 months or whatever. They had the longest resignation times I have ever seen. And then I'm out. But to that day, he still invited this man to his wedding. He still tried to keep contact with him. He just didn't like how he treated women personally. So it sounds like it was a personal, like a lot of this stuff was a personal flaw. So what the defense is trying to do is basically humanize him to a degree. Yeah, he got problems. He was a drug addict. He got mental health problems. He was jealous. It wouldn't shock me if we learned about this man's childhood and growing up and what he's seen and what he endured and what he, whatever, why he got to be the person he is, why he has the drive that he has, why he want to be better than everybody else, because that was part of what his drive was. Being in the studio for 48 hours straight and not eating, like you were trying to prove something. Like he always wanted to be on top, because what happens? He did, when you heard that phone call with Kanye, what did he say? Nobody has even called to check on my kids. You knew this the whole time in the back of your head, that people was being bothered with you because you're Diddy. They don't know Sean Combs. They never tried to get to know Sean Combs. It was about what you can do for them. Once you could not do for them no more, i.e. you locked up and they won't let you out, they don't care about you. And a lot of people with money and position, that's what they deal with. That's why people celebrate like a LeBron James, who was with the chick from high school who was with him the whole time. That's why people celebrate that, because it's like usually you get the model chick or whoever on your arms, and people just assume you doing it for the money. You're doing it for the prestige. So anyway, work in progress. Thank you so much for the super chat. Said he loved them in his way, which may not be the stereotypical way society says love is. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, we gotta, for real, them kids didn't do anything to watch. The fact that this man could not go to the graduation, and nobody said he was a bad dad. In fact, he moved to Cali or whatever and got a house or whatever he did to be close to his kids. Nobody said he was a bad father. He just, when it came to women, he treated them bad. He treated them like property. So yeah. Seemed like he's trying to live up to the legend of Melvin Combs with a drive to perfect daddy's failures. Look at you. Look at Shar being the psychologist, the intellect psychologist. Virtually Yours said he wanted to pay me pennies. People accept low salaries because he is Diddy. HR does not work the same in this environment as it would be a structured environment. Diddy is a narcissist. That's from Virtually Yours. He is able to meet with other executives because they are drug addicts too, allegedly. Thankfully, the job did not work out for me. Otherwise, I would be caught up in this mess. Lord, not Lauren. Well, that's a place, sister. I guess. Lauren London and Capricorn Lauren London and Cassie were really good friends. So there's videos and pictures and stuff all through YouTube. Yes, at-will employees just mean they can fire you with no reason, but they still can never discriminate and break the law. So if you're doing violations, or I ask for my overtime and that's why you fire me, you do have some reasons. At will, like if that's your reason why, like I'm old and so it's an age thing, or there are exceptions to the rule. But yeah, generally speaking, at will basically is not, you're not contractual, so they don't have to really technically give you a reason. They could just let you go. Chef Don Don said he also has daughters. Diddy wouldn't want anyone doing that to his girl, or does he? I don't know, because we seen with Ellen, he was on there and Ellen was like, oh, so they're 15, they're dating. You should have seen his face. He was like, no, they're not. Because he probably thinks about how he does women. Okay. And so the thought of it, he don't want it to happen to his girls at all. Because he was like, no, they're not. It was the most daddiest answer you can have, is what he gave. Virtually Yours said, when I worked for Diddy as his chief of staff, Cassie came to the office once and I went to his apartment once. His stylist and chef were there. Everyone walked on eggshells around Diddy. Wow. How long did you work for him? And how did you make it out? How did all these people not make it out, but you're saying you made it out? So tell me your secret. Because we don't really understand. We really don't. Diddy does not care about his daughters. Narcissists do not care about their children. They have children and use them to create. I don't know about that. I understand they say that with narcissists, they don't really co-parent. They want to co-control. Like, I've heard all of that. But I've seen videos even when they were born, like, of him. Like, I was just watching one the other day. He used to have a YouTube channel, and he talked about kind of similar to like what Candy Burris, his husband, did with the whole daddy daycare. Like, he was doing that type of stuff. So I don't know. I don't know about that. Especially with the twins. With the boys, I think maybe they were subjected to things that their parents, obviously, their mother, their other parent, probably would not approve of. But I don't know. I don't want to go that far and say like that he wasn't a good father. But I don't know. I have experienced it. I think if he loved his kids, he wouldn't have allowed them in the court. That's from Kim West. Hello, Australia. Thank you so much for joining. Sierra said, I wasn't assaulted on Diddy level, but it happened once and I never went back. The last I heard of him was when a young lady powed him to heaven. Sometimes you get the right one. Sassy Experience said most men that abuse women are protectors of their own daughters, as if they're not literally dragging somebody else's child. And that's supposed to be kind of what Cassie was saying, like in the text, like, I'm somebody's daughter too. And that's what I got from it, that it's like, you wouldn't want nobody doing your daughters like this. You put your daughters up on this pedestal. Y'all got family vacations and they get the best of the best with everything. And so would you want somebody to treat your child like I'm somebody's child? Don't treat me like a rag doll. So that's like, those type of things that are said leads me to believe that he was a decent father. So, and some people think Kim's best friend is biased. I've heard that because she is living, I guess, in Diddy's LA home with them. And so they think that somehow she must be getting paid. She is the guardian. So they're like, well, she's saying that about, Kim and LB Sure, but she's on the payroll. So of course she's going to say that. But if she was just the guardian, she still could have got him to have to pay for it. From a legal standpoint, she could have had him still pay for those kids regardless, because he obviously cannot be a full-time parent with all of the stuff that he does. So yeah. Kim said, I don't believe men that love their kids will harm their mom like he allegedly did Kim. That's not true. That's not my experience. I've seen people be very good fathers and they still smacking around somebody. So every situation is different. Mom has her hands all over the money. The boys' behavior are supported by the money. It's a terrible, unfortunate mess. That's from Lizette. Virtually Yours said, I got out because I was not in awe of him. That I was not celebrity struck. I got out because Diddy realized he could not control me. Trust me, he was not and is not a decent father. Can we agree that Capricorn testimony doesn't match all the kids? It does not. And some of it seems a little bit, it's some stuff added to it. It's some sauce added to it as well. Gene said he slapped his mother. I can't say I would be shocked if that was the truth, but it's alleged. But it wouldn't make me be like, oh, just saying. CC, blackball by Diddy, no alternate job must work for him. That's from N Strand. Thank you for the super chat. I see what you're saying, but what were you doing? Was it that you just wanted the job that you wanted? Like, I've heard other people say that they got blackballed and they couldn't work in the industry. But could you go to school to be a lawyer? Could you go to school to be a nurse? Could you go work at McDonald's to pay your bills? Is it just that you didn't get the job that you wanted? Because they do talk. It is a small industry. And what'll happen if so how it typically goes is you go apply, you're gonna say you worked for Diddy. Why are you gonna say that you work for Diddy? Because it was a large chunk of your experience and it's a large chunk of your life. So you can't leave that out. So when you say I worked for Diddy, under the law, people are not if Diddy is called for a reference, you're not supposed to say anything negative about him under the law. However, most of these people in the industry are all connected and they're all friends. And so he may have said something bad, which basically means like, not she told all my business or whatever. Certain things they don't want you to put out there, or when it comes to personal assistance, I think they really want to know your background. Were they able to keep their mouth shut? Like, what were they saying? So there may have been conversations when he was caught. So in the industry, and she wanted to be in the industry and be around the celebrities and stuff, it may have stopped her bag. But to say like you can't get a job nowhere, I don't necessarily think that. I don't know. Lil Rod said that Diddy said he would unalive just. Oh my gosh, you get me? Tracy said, I don't say things negative, but I also don't say anything good on employment verification costs. Yeah, you just verify that they're there. You're like, yeah, they worked here. That's supposed to be how it is. They work between this time and that time. They might ask, how did they leave? Oh, they got terminated, or they left, or they put in a resignation. But it's supposed to be very, very brief. It's not supposed to be, girl, what did she do? Girl, what was his attendance? Would you say he gets along with his coworkers? Was she a problem? Does she have an attitude? Do she tell all your business? Was she blabbing? It's not supposed to be those type of calls. Why should Capricorn not have employment just because she's a witness to the fact that Diddy is a monster? Why would she have employment with Diddy? The point was she was asking to work for Diddy. No, if you're going to be a witness against him, how are you going to work for him? That means if she says anything, first of all, there was an investigation. Secondly, if she says anything positive about him, like how she cried on the stand about him being so great during that time and say it's complicated, the government's going to come back and say A, B, C, D, and E. They're going to come back and say, you worked for him or whatever. You working for him now. You worried about losing your job, aren't you? But he was really a monster. He kidnapped you. He did A, B, C, D, and E. I wonder if they asked her about the dog. Does she know anything about Kid Cudi's dog? The industry obviously talks about each other. Yeah, they talk a lot. It's very rare. Like when I used to do entertainment law, and I did contracts and stuff for artists or whatever, managers are recycled. I used to talk to almost the same managers. Like one manager rep 10 people. So when you found out who certain managers were, you were like, okay, Hold on one second. Hold on, one over please. Okay, sorry, I had to check my email. I know someone who worked for a company and sued them several times and went back to the same job, so it definitely does happen. Okay. Thank y'all for your experience. Nothing like experience being your best teacher. So are they back from break yet? So that must have been a lunch break, huh? Let's see. Let's see. Mm, mm, mm. So it looked like they're back, but they must be having some type of discussions. Let me see if I could just do this thread, because all right, so they're back, but they're discussing something right now. You forgot she said a car chase after Kid Cudi. I may have, I don't know. Look back and see. She said she couldn't find employment anywhere. He blackballed her from all industries, including probably nursing school. He was that child. No. All right. No, they're back already, but I think they're trying to handle some issues. So they'll probably come back at like 1:30. Where do you get IV drips from? A lot of people get IVs. I know people that get them every week. Like they'll get their vitamins through IV. If you go to like Vegas, most hotels they have them right down in the little lobby area, so you can get like fluids and whatever if you get hangovers and drinking and all of that stuff. CC violate the unspoken rule of PAs, right or wrong. No one would trust her enough to hire her. I don't know, y'all. Travis said they tell Diddy what he wants to hear, just stay in his good graces instead of what he truly needs to hear. Diddy don't want to hear anything. So if I'm pretty sure they're there at his pleasure, which is what a lot of people they feel like they hire you to just do what they want you to do. And I think because of that, that's what they're trying to say a RICO conspiracy. That the purpose is that they do whatever he wants them to do. That's the purpose of the enterprise. Be at his pleasure. Make sure he's satisfied actually, and all of that. That's what they're trying to say. But the personal assistants, that's literally their job. Their job is to be there, revolve around you like a nanny is with kids. Like it's like you're their nanny. You take care of them. You wake them up in the morning. You iron their clothes. You make sure they're okay. You do their agenda. Make sure they're on time. Make sure the eggs is scrambled with cheese. Make sure he got applesauce on his hamburger. Like that type of stuff. Like literally, you're there for their pleasure. Like you wait on them hand and foot. Dude had Farnsworth Bentley, whose job was to hold a darn umbrella. You had somebody hired to be like when it rains. It don't even rain every day. So basically, because he had the money, he hired people to basically take care of him. And so he didn't have to do anything. And so they're using what a lot of personal assistants do to say, this is what the purpose of the enterprise is to just commit these crimes in order to at the pleasure of Mr. Combs. That's what the indictment says. So yeah, it's very, very tricky. Very, very, very tricky. IV business is a money making thing. I took an IV course and the instructor said you'll get the most money doing LGBTQ parties. Not they getting toasted. They knew what they signed up for. I think they did, and they were willing to do what needed to be done. You get me? Said, is it common for celebrities to put prescriptions in other people's names? Although it's illegal, is it really that big of a deal? I think they do it because they don't want people to be in their business. That's why they have aliases. Because, like the assistant testified to, they try to do things in other people's name because yes, there are people that get paid very handsomely to come with pictures and information about you. So they do. They go to, I think it was like with Cardi B when she was suing Tasha K. When they got her medical records, it was on a whole nother person's name. So it's actually not uncommon for them to do other than now doing it in other people's name. I don't know, that just kind of to me seemed like you're requesting way too much, because why didn't you just have your doctor prescribe it? That means whatever the prescription is, you're overly doing it. So if you're getting Vicodin or something like that, you shouldn't be getting that much Vicodin, so you're trying to get it in other people's name. But as far as you just having some alias you use so that people won't know who you are, I know people that typically had doctors come to their house that are celebrities. They don't even go to the doctors. When you see like Beyonce, she basically paid for the whole floor when she had her babies because people are waiting for that one shot that's going to pay them a whole lot of money that other people don't get. So that is the price you have to pay to be a celebrity. Yeah. Pam, you need to play Dre to get these likes up, and if you can find a reason to show the bishop that way. Thank you for the super chat. So I don't know. They gotta have somebody there to say who threw the cocktail. They're gonna have somebody come in and say.
And another thing you notice, the first thing they say, make sure you guys hit that like and the subscribe button. That's what it's all about. After they get them dogging you out, before they dog you out, that's the first thing they say. If you like this video, make sure you hit.
You have 1 minute remaining.
So right now it looks like they're still arguing about these motions. Is what's happening. So, as a nurse, 13 plus years, and I work for NYPH and NYC, we have many high-profile patients who had aliases, and yes, prescriptions were put in those names as well. Yeah, so I know about that, but it seems like getting the same prescription over and over and over and over again seems a bit excessive. That maybe you're trying to get more than what you need, but hey, I'm just speculating. You can get medical care under an alias. Many hospitals and medical facilities have policies that allow patients to register under a fictitious name. Thank you so much for that, Tracy. It is. Okay. Okay, so they about to have Miss Clark come back because they were arguing over. So one of the things they want to enter in, this is one of the issues, and you guys tell me what you think. So one of the issues is they want to enter an album cover. And the reason why they want to enter the album cover is to show that she did have music that was out, because they're saying because of her job became freak offs and she was coerced to do these freak offs. It stifled her career and he didn't do anything with her career. So she did have an album, and apparently they have the picture of the album. However, on the album, she's topless. So the government doesn't want it to come in because, of course, they're not trying to give any type of how some people think when people are like, look at the skirt they got on. Look at the outfit they got on. So they're trying to make it like it falls under 412 because it almost gives suggestiveness, I guess, because of how the picture is. So that's kind of one of the things that they are arguing with right now. Yeah. Can these doctors lose their license if found the prescription is under? Depends on the circumstance. Cassie testified they would use multiple names to get more. I kind of figured that because, again, using aliases is not anything wrong with that. He doesn't have to. He can use his alias. Like Frank Black is what he uses, and he had prescriptions with Frank Black that they found when he was arrested. So Monarch said Diddy may not get a lot of time, but he gonna get a little bit. Think he about to, you don't think he just gonna go scot-free? Think he gonna go scot-free? I'm trying to see if they started back yet. Hold on, I gotta check my email. What is this? Response reply. All right. You said I see a mistrial based on a deadlock jury. Because you may get some people that feel like it's consensual and some of them feel like she can't consent. Because again, at least for trafficking, you have to have coercion, right? And that's what they're using, coercion. It's coercion, fraud, or force. I don't think from Cassie's testimony you can say that, because she basically was saying, well, in my mind, I really didn't want to, even though my words were saying I did. So they're trying to say that this is all part of DV, where you just want to satisfy your abuser. So you should just infer that it's coercion, because she really ain't want to do it. She just did it to be doing it. So it may be some people that ain't buying that, because I'm sure they're going to have an expert as well that's going to say something that's the opposite. So yeah. Let me see. Trying to see if they got any more threads. Seem like they're let me go back to this post. I just hate having to scroll all the way down, so I'm trying to start a whole nother with the thread. She tried to get a job from him a year ago. I still can't get over that. But she posted something about him being the devil and all that in her. Y'all keep catering to the devil, and everybody assumed it was him. But apparently she wanted to go tap dance with the devil if she wanted to work for him. That's crazy to me. Okay, so let's go back on here. Ooh. I can't even see the comments. Okay, there they go. Shay B says she was blackballed. Yeah, she had a crush on the diddler. As Jaguar say, she'd be like, the diddler. So, I told you that. So, this is before the jurors and the witnesses in. The government said they proposed to use communications between Miss Clark and Miss Ventura. We don't see any non-hearsay purpose. Agnifilo said there are logistics and photo shoots being discussed. She testified to this on direct. Agnifilo further said the direct went more negative than we expected. Their theory is that Ms. Ventura was not permitted to be creative. Then the judge said, in the future, I want you to submit it overnight. So it sounds like they're trying to offer more information, but they're saying it's because she said things that they weren't expecting her to say. So now they have to introduce evidence that they weren't expecting to enter. And, you know, the judge let them know, I'm going to need you to tell me in advance. Sunday night, and we gave you till Monday because of the holiday. I'm going to need you to tell me what issues we have, so when we walk in this door, we could go handle them. So then they say, judge, in their defense, submissions over the weekend, the defense argued the album cover was relevant. Right, Miss Shapiro? She says, yes. Then the government says, Miss Ventura is topless with her arms crossed. So we, The judge said, let's have Miss Clark come back in. Not the judge cut him off, like put it in writing. So then the judge lets the jury in. The jury enters. Agnifilo says, when you went into the park, it was to Tavern on the Green. She responded, we parked there earlier in the day in the park. We ran into Nas. What? When you went into the park, it was to Tavern. Anybody from New York? What's Tavern on the Green? Hey, Thais. What's Tavern on the Green? Is that like a place to get some food, or is it like golf or something? Is that at Central Park? Because I guess I'm assuming it's at Central Park. It's a restaurant. Okay. It's in Manhattan. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wayne said this is their moment, Don. I think it's interesting, though, they're saying we think we're going to wrap up our case in 5 weeks instead of 6. So does that mean in the next 2 weeks they're saying that? Because they've already put on, this is the 3rd week. So are they saying they're going to be done like the 2nd week of June? Which means the defense will be putting on their case by the 3rd week of June and they could be done after that? A restaurant on the water. Okay. Yo, you get me said they are using these people's stage name like the juror knows who have to. You think they were like, who's Nas? Who's 50 Cent? You think that's what they do? You know who 50 Cent is. Oh, it's an upscale restaurant in the park? So they went to Tavern. I thought they had her over there where they were saying the lady got attacked when they was lying on the exonerated 5 over there. I was thinking like, oh man, they got her over there in the dark, like on Home Alone. You know how he went in the park and it was the lady and she had all the birds on her, like. That's what I was thinking. I was like, ooh, that looks scary. That lady was looking all scary on Home Alone too, Lost in New York. That's what I was thinking. But you went to an upscale restaurant? Nan said it's beautiful. Glamour said that's what I thought too. See, it ain't just me. I'm not from New York. I've only really visited there to do work. That's it, to work. They said it's fabulous. What? You said they got caviar. Okay. You said, my for girl said, in my town, we have a green tavern. It's a hole in the wall, but good wings. Those are the best wings, ain't they? Virgin, you said, and it's expensive. But when she said Central Park, I'm not going to lie. I see why the defense came back to say what it allegedly was, because it was definitely giving, it was giving, they just, yeah. Oh my gosh. It was certainly giving something else if you're not from there. All right. So then Agnifilo, after she said, so the question was, when you went into the park, it was the Tavern on the Green. She responded, we parked there earlier in the day in the park. We ran into Nas. So I guess she's saying they parked the Tavern on the Green and maybe they walked off or something and was walking through. I don't know. Agnifilo says, when you say he had Miss Ventura spin, who was there? Let me show you what you said. You said Lorianne Gibson was there. See, I just talked about her earlier. She responds, they misheard me. So they must be impeaching her, pulling up stuff she said. And so now she's saying, oh, they took the wrong information down. When did you first meet Cassie Ventura? She said, I met her with Ryan Leslie. And why did you not get along with Cassie sometimes? In 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend the longer it lasted. She thought I was being paid to help her. Objection, sustain. So basically, it sounds like Cassie turned into some type of diva. So once she was with Diddy, she like, you work for me. And Cat was like, yeah, nah, I work for your man. So yeah, that's not gonna work. Cass, that's not gonna work. All right. So she was trying to like throw her little chest around, like, you know who my man is? My man got 3 jobs. You do what I asked you to do. Do you want me to call my man on you? You want me to call Puff? Is that what you want me to do? Oh, Jesus. Because they both wanted Diddy. That's from You Get Me. Kim said, if it's people in the public defending Diddy, seeing and hearing all he has done, why wouldn't people expect his employees would defend him? At least they got paid. These people online are just defending. That's from Kim West. Like, I heard he is paying people outside. Ain't that what they alleging, Kim? Ain't they say people getting paid $20 an hour to get a t-shirt? Folk flying, you get homeless people putting on t-shirts so they can get $20 an hour. What are you talking about? Everybody getting paid, apparently. It says, so y'all believe her testimony now that she was shady to Cassie. I could see her acting like that. You said she giving I want Diddy and you don't deserve him, Cassie. Well, she made the statement. I think that's where they're going with it now that you said that, because they made the statement of, I guess she testified that she didn't think that Cassie was good for him. So maybe that is where they're going with it, to try to say, you liked him, didn't you? You wanted to be his boo thing, didn't you? 50 Cent said he'll wear a t-shirt for $20. 50 Cent will wear that mug for 50 cents. Okay. Y'all see what I did there? Okay. So why did you not get along with Cassie sometimes? Well, in 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend the longer it lasted. She thought I was being paid to help her. Objection, sustain, re-ask. And what did you see? She went from being a sweet model to being a feisty girlfriend. Do you think she was talent? She had talent. She had talent. And she was beautiful, but not talented. She was not. I told y'all. See, y'all thought I was being mean. Let's be clear. Cassie is gorgeous. She fit the bill from back in the day. But that was that time where you have people like, everybody dance now, where they will put somebody on the videos that were better looking, or like how they did Kelly Price. And if you had a voice, they will put you behind. So really, they were more concerned with sex appeal and how people would view you than they were about your talent. So that's how it was at that time. Diddy had a gift of getting those that may not have been the best vocalists and get them, you know. No, I saw. Stephanie said, finally somebody said what you've been thinking. Lizette said, whose side is she on? Listen, she just asked to have a job with him. I guess whatever side I don't know. Yes, they wanted a certain aesthetic. Yes, they did. And they said she was like killing the model game. She was over in Times Square. So she was doing her thing. But the music thing, from what I gather from Ryan Leslie's, is it was a fluke. Like, it was almost a fluke how she ended up getting this or whatever. So yeah. So Capricorn Clark said, talented to me is Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey. And that's what a lot of us was thinking. She got her own fan base. I do think she's a beautiful girl. And I think like when you get in these situations there, nobody want to say anything negative about her, but she was able to be successful. Some people got voices like Whitney Houston, they ain't successful. So you got to give her credit. She was able to be successful. Cassie, she was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized. Didn't I say that? She needed things equalized. Did she perform live? A couple of times, not the greatest. Was she a hard worker? At times. Oh my gosh, she is shading the hell out of Cassie. Robert Mathis said Cassie sign only work. Yeah, sometimes you do have people, take this off. Sometimes you do have people who they have a producer that gets them. And so the producer that gets them is the one that can get them to be at their best. So yeah, I agree with that. And it sounds like Ryan Leslie had the sauce for her. He knew how to fit her voice. Like, again, you had a lot of popcorn artists, you had people of that nature. And let me see. Why the heck did this go like this? Hold on. Let's refresh this. Maybe not. So then Agnifilo said, when wasn't she a hard worker? She said she preferred to be with her boyfriend. When we moved to LA after Kim had the twins, 2009-ish, I saw her developing more of her relationship with Puff, with Mr. Combs. He supported her, yes, with stylists, other musicians, all the components to make a star. Did she get more help than others? Yes. Young Jock and the groups from Atlanta. I developed French Montana. What do that got? See, this is what I'm saying. Some of this thing don't be fitting. So did she get more help than others? The response was yes. Young Jock and groups from Atlanta. And then I guess she also talked about maybe who she helped get together. And I guess French Montana is somebody she helped develop to get together. As my auntie Althea said, great gowns, beautiful gowns. We do know, I don't agree with that, Christine. We do know Cassie's music. We didn't know she had as many collabs as she had. So allegedly she had a lot of leaking. The problem is this. She did not. So as the music industry progressed, and I'm going to have to agree with Capricorn on this, and I said this before, she's a studio artist. There's a difference. When you're a studio artist, that means that they can go in there. They can have me sounding like Whitney Houston. Okay, not that far, but you know what you get what I'm saying. They have you in a certain way. So when you perform, that's when you get people where you like, oh my God, I went to their concert and they had a terrible performance. Because the studio fixes your voice. That's why people get excited when you go and you're like, dang, they sound like they sound like the record. Oh my God. Why do people say they sound like the record? Because a lot of people do not sound good in person performing because they just are a studio person. She doesn't even have the voice like that. Like, to me, she can hold a note. And I've always said that about her. When I've listened to, since this, it didn't change my mind listening to some of her other albums and her other songs that have come out, right? That's all over the internet. It has not changed my mind about what I think about her. Some people listen say, oh, she got better over time. Maybe she got better with performing because you have the nerve aspect of it that's going to make you sound worse. But you just get some people that have a decent voice. People talk about Candy Barres from Escape. She has a uniqueness to her voice where she sounds good with her group. But when she's tried to do solo albums, and she'd have made millions off of writing, but when she tries to do solo albums, it don't work for her because you're not really a lead. So that's what it is with her. She's not really a lead singer. And so the fact that she's basically, Capricorn is testifying he poured into to try to make her something, because yes, she did okay with that first album with MySpace and all of that, and it ended up being a club bop. But now you got to stick to that. You got to try to find what's going to pop for people to deal with. After a while, as you've seen with Kelly Price, nobody cared about just image. They really wanted vocals. So now you had the Kelly Price, you had the Kiki Wyatt, you had all of those people that came on. You had to have a decent voice. So now we got to try to come for a way to get a song that hides the fact that you're not a real singer like that. That's all we saying. Kay Wood, thank you for the super chat. Said, great work by the defense. Took the best two witnesses and pointed them against each other. And you said nobody was sure. Some people really listen, they get mad because of that video. They like, listen, she was the best, she was the greatest singer of all times, all because of that video. Y'all know that ain't true. We can still feel bad that this happened to her, but that don't mean we gotta sit up here and just lie. Like, we ain't gotta lie now and act like all of a sudden she one of the top 10 vocalists of all times. Like, let's stop. Okay. So then Capricorn said, I ran into Cassie. She said she had a new deal with Epic. I dressed her like David Bowie. We did a photo shoot at my house. We wrote a mini movie and shot it for the project. Agnifilo said, what about Official Girl? Super cute video. So now they're using her basically to go over all the work she did do to take away this whole thing that he kept her away from actually being successful in her career. Because in fact, he poured more into her so that she can have a career because she wasn't that talented. And apparently Capricorn, I'm just saying what Capricorn is saying, because I think she had an entertainment aspect to her. Some people are entertainers and they're not just singers. But Capricorn is basically testifying that he put a lot into her. He actually put, had her working with the best people, had her in the studios, and he said her work ethic was not as great because she wanted to be with her boyfriend. You said she sings soft. Yes, T-Pain can sing. He just does the whole voice box. Demeter Joe can hold a note. I don't even know if I know who that is. Yeah, Kiki can sing. Leandria Johnson could sing. They say you nasty said, but Candy won the Masked Singer. I don't even know what the rules are for that, but okay. I'm just saying Candy has a unique voice. When you have unique voices, you need a specific song that matches your voice. So like, I can go to church and sing certain songs, but if you send me a freaking Kiara Sheard, I can't do nothing with it because I don't have that voice. I don't have that type of or that level of talent is what I'm saying. But with there's certain artists that may match your voice, or the producer, they know how to get the best out of you. Erica Campbell with Mary, the same thing. Her husband is a producer. He gets her songs that don't require her, honestly, to really do a bunch of ballads. So you got, I love God. Do you love God? What's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're doing things where it's like you ain't gotta be the vocal Bible like Brandy. They call Brandy the vocal Bible. That's not what they are. Sometimes if you have the right producer, they're willing to invest in you and your drive for singing. They do that. And it feels like that's kind of what happened with Cassie. But again, that begs the question of people saying, why would you give her a 10 album deal? That's kind of what they did back in the day. They always basically locked you in. And then if you became famous enough, they probably sold you off. I believe Day 26 got sold off for some millions of dollars. They came out with that one record. It went platinum. And then they sold them off. That's kind of how the music industry goes. And I think a lot of this too is people just don't know how the music industry works. Yeah, Jasmine Sullivan can sing. Coco Jones, she can sing. You just get some people that know how to sing. Who else? I was tip of my tongue. It's a lot of people that do know how to sing. I'm just saying there's some people that are just studio voices. That's why people go to their concerts and get pissed. Like, what are you mad for? What are you upset for? Yeah, Joy said, I love me some Day 26. Pam, if Diddy gets off, who you think going to the celebratory freak? He better chill. He better go get some help. He done been in there. He probably is sober. He ain't got nothing but thoughts he got to think all the time. Now you got to see the thing about him being in jail and having to be sober. I assume he is. But the thing of him being in there and having to be sober like that and not having one stop, he got to deal with himself. A lot of these drugs is taken away from who he is. So now you got to sit with you. You got to sit with Sean Combs. You got to sit with all the people you hurt. You got to sit with the lives you destroyed. You can't get high to make it go away. You can't get high to rationalize it. Your sweet talking ain't going to work. You got to sit with you. So hopefully in that conversation, he says self and self say, you ain't ish. And you be like, you know what, self, you right. I ain't ish. I need to get some help. Let me go get some therapy. Let me use some of these millions that I didn't have to put up for bond for therapy. Because I don't know. He allegedly was even in therapy. He went again, I think a month after the beating at the hotel. He went to rehab, I think a month after that. But allegedly he had been in therapy for a while. So I don't know who his therapist is, but yeah. But thank you, I Am Unique, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Diddy thought he didn't need Ryan. That's why Cassie's career didn't work. I think Ryan had that song. Ryan Leslie did I think it was like 5 months ago. He did a Tiny Desk. So he got a pen. He really does. And I think him facing his own demons is partly the reason why he was denied bail. Maybe. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. We trying to get to the bottom of it all. So then a question was out here about King of Hearts. She said it was fresh. Puff liked it. So I guess they're going over videos and songs. So first it was official. What about official girl? She said super cute. Then he said Kings of Heart. She said it was fresh. Puff liked it. Cassie had a green wig. Yes. We moved to admit the witness. Admit the witness. Maybe it was moved to admit the witness. I guess the evidence. Then the government said there is a ceiling issue. And then Agnifilo said, you don't remember this email? And she said, I don't. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what be making you. Somebody said, I want to ask the comments, did you guys think she was talented? Lawyered Up says, Cece said Cassie was not talented. I have good taste. So much for Diddy holding back the career of a talented singer. I always had an issue with the whole, because to me, she wasn't, they sold her pipe dreams, and they probably sold other people pipe dreams too. So, but nonetheless. Oh, Pam, that's it. Now he has to sit with himself, listening to and getting along with his demons by himself. Tambry, gonna have to deal with itself. He can't escape. He don't have an escape. Now they do be making alcohol and all that stuff in jail, but if he's like risking getting tickets or whatever for that, then he even more off than we thought. Kim West said Diddy probably sent himself that email, you know. Maybe her talent was in her writing. Well, we can see what her writing credits are, right? You may be right, Nikki. But the thing is, Ryan Leslie, it'd be interesting whether they call him. I think they did strike some people off their list. But Ryan Leslie, in his interview, he basically said that they were supposed to record a song for her mom. She went in the studio. She didn't realize how you got to do overdubs or how you got to like keep repeating it. And, you know, you got to, layer your voice, all the things you have to do in a studio. It's a lot for a song, you know, to be laid, unless you Michael Jackson and you can just get it the first shot, because Michael Jackson was known for that. But a lot of people, you got to add so much, and then you got to do your own background sometime. If you don't have anybody in there, you're doing your own 3 parts. He said she didn't know much about it. And so he finished up the album for her. I mean, the song. It was just a song for the mom for her birthday. He finished up the song because I don't know exactly what he said. She wanted to hang out or whatever she was doing in New York. She didn't want to keep coming to the studio and putting in the work. So he almost made it seem like her work ethic just wasn't the best. And she was young when she was with him. She was like 18, 19, I think. So yeah, he said he ended up finishing up the song. She did a verse and he did the second verse. So it was a duet they did, and he's the one that finished up the entire track and laid everything down and all of that and prepared it for her mom's birthday. And then that somehow is how it got in the hands of Tommy Mottola, and that was the beginning of her career. Aretha was the one take. Yeah, that's from Kimberly Russell. Yeah. Robert, so wow. Oh, that's what happened next. Okay, let me go on. You giving up all the information? Hold on. We got to learn this together. Y'all can't wait. Okay. All right. So Agnifilo said, here in 2012, you are setting up a recording session for Cassie. She said, yes. Mario Winans was for the chairman. For Mr. Combs, yes. When did you learn Cassie was dating Kid Cudi? Fall of 2011. I picked her up there. Where did y'all get this email from? Who said that? Motown trained MJ well, though 70s singer knew how to sing in the studio. Yeah, and they had like real live music. They had a band. You had to know how to sing because they literally, if you go into like the Motown Museum that's here in Detroit, they still have the room that everybody sung. And they had a certain room that had the right acoustics. It was almost like the bathroom type situation. And they still have the piano. They still have a lot of the instruments in there. And they had live bands in there. And so it wasn't, no, we about to just lay this track and okay, your voice is too soft, so we're going to layer it on top of each other. Like, it wasn't any of that. Like, a lot of them did learn how to do stuff on just the first take, but Freeman-ish said, this whole trial is crazy. I always liked Diddy and making a band too. And Cassie, Me and You is a classic. This is sad. So when did they become friends? I don't know. Cassie has 3 exceptional talents. Singing is definitely not one of them. You know that. Yes, I went there. It was very informative. That's from Miss Gigi. Yeah. Sexy RN said, truth be told, most artists who work with Diddy did not have a real career. The few groups were the exceptions to the rule. He used them. He dangled the idea of fame. Yeah, he like day 26, he sold them. Like he so like I know Gene Deal gives a lot of information, but it's very interesting to me because like I want to say making the band with day 26 and Danity Kane was like 2004-ish. 2005-ish. Gene Deal was like in the 90s as his part-time. That's and how you know Gene Deal wasn't really like around at that time was because look at the testimony. Nobody has mentioned his name yet. You hear about Roger Bond, you hear about what is that guy's name? D-Rock and Uncle Polly. Everybody has named these same people. And so that would be within, of course, they only want the people that would be within what they're saying their indictment is. So you had to be within that time. So I think he may have more information on Kim because Kim been around for a minute. Yeah, J-Lo, another one. She can't, she ain't got no voice but she can dance though. She's a performer. Like J-Lo, they were created in the studio. Cassie limited talents, talented in the lab. Yeah, J-Lo's another one. And look, he messed with J-Lo. So it's something about that. You know, Diddy on a mediocre artist. I mean, he mediocre at best. Great at, pulling it out of people and all that good stuff, but he's mediocre at best. Okay. So then Agnifilo said, you believe that after Thanksgiving, Miss Ventura and Kid Cudi were what? She said, getting to know each other. Agnifilo said, why are you getting her a burner phone at Best Buy? She said, I told her you cannot do this on your bad boy phone. How did you know about burner phones? She said, I grew up in Los Angeles. Where my LAers at? She said, y'all about that life in LA. In 2011, Mr. Combs was at an orphanage in El Amadi, Kazakhstan. I heard it was Russia. So I guess they trying to say that he wasn't even. Are y'all saying he wasn't even there in December of 2011? Where she's saying all this stuff happened? Oh, this transcript about to be lit. Yeah, LA. Ebony said Compton in the building. What up, though, Compton? That's what's up. When was he with J-Lo? That was like the 90s too, right? Cause that pow in the, cause he was big around that time when that situation happened, but he wasn't like the Diddy today. Like he rebranded himself after that. After he beat that case, he was able to rebrand himself, and that's when he got into all his companies and stuff. So I think it was like the 90s. LA by way of Detroit. All right, 313. She did look a lot like J-Lo. I never realized that till I started really looking at the pictures. 2095. Yeah, LA. He said A from LA. That's what's up. Glad you came over here and joined us. I appreciate it. All right, let's see. I ain't see nothing. No. She said she learned about burner phones because y'all about that life over there in LA. She said, girl, how you know about burner phones? I'm from Los Angeles. Like, it speaks for itself, okay? Huh? So he was with Jay. Yeah, the late 90s was when after that shooting happened, Yeah, she wasn't with him no more. She said, this life is too fast for me. I already got my own career. She's like, I said I was Jenny from the block. I was just playing. So I'm just playing. Diddy out here for real, causing problems. Okay, why is this taking so long? Hold up. Nope, it ain't nothing else. Capricorn also has some relationships to Suge Knight. She was definitely in the streets. Well, allegedly, Stace, if you missed the beginning, she's friends with Suge Knight's baby mother. I guess Suge Knight shares DNA with one of her friends, shares a child with the same DNA. So, yeah. And she worked for Death Row. And allegedly, that's why he threatened her and was like, don't be bringing that over here. Diddy was good at creating talents from a look. The studio and his magic took care of the talent. If you look good and move well, he had the vision. That's what it was with him, NYC. And then again, there became a time where you made a lot of your money by doing performances, by getting bookings. It wasn't just showing up to clubs and making a couple of dollars, because Cassie said she did a lot of club appearances. So it came a point in time of which that just was not good enough. And so because of that, I think they like, you had to be a real singer. So he was around that time where you can get away with that, basically. Ali Leo said LA all day. Jamie Foxx said J-Lo started acting funny when she was with Diddy. Jamie need to chill out. You don't need to talk about nobody. That could be Capricorn's interpretation while understanding the freak out situation. Well, everything is about her testimony. So this is who they have as the government witness to testify. So, okay. So Agnifilo said, how did Mr. Combs get into your building? She said, I was told the security guard got fired. What was his name? Oh, some random security guard. What did he look like? Black guy, younger than 35. I think they're about to challenge whether he even kidnapped her. That's what it looked like they're doing right now. You said Tommy Davidson said the same thing about J-Lo. Listen, J-Lo had already started to get a name, of course, solo for herself. But when she got with Diddy, and Diddy was kind of like the rising star, it was similar to like a Bobby Brown and Whitney. How Bobby was the king R&B or whatever they was calling them back then, and then you had the princess of pop was what Whitney Houston. So them being together, you're like a force to be reckoned with. And I think that's kind of what it was with J-Lo, because you seen she had the videos that was a little bit more urban, a little bit more edgy. TMZ said Cassie is in the hospital. She having her baby. Shout out to Cassie. She having her baby. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see what the Shade Room is reporting, if they got anything different. Diddy's former employee, Capricorn Clark, testifies Diddy broke into Kid Cudi's home and planned to unalive him after finding out about Cassie and Cudi's relationship. Clark, who managed Cassie's image and career moves, testifies she took Cassie to purchase a burner phone once she learned Cassie was dating Kid Cudi. She said Cassie told her about the relationship via text, which was a bad idea because Diddy paid for both of their phones. Clark said they went to Best Buy to get the new phone because she feared Cassie was going to get us all unalived. So she was kind of protecting herself too. She like, fool, you didn't put me in on the conspiracy. I ain't need to know this information. So because you done put me in it, by you texting me, he gonna think I'm in on it. You need to get a burner phone, okay? If you gonna be talking to him, you need to get you a burner phone. Diddy allegedly threatened to unalive Kid Cudi. Capricorn Clark testified about the morning of December 22nd, 2011. She said Diddy banged on her apartment door holding a pow and asking questions about Kid Cudi. She said Diddy was visibly furious after finding out about Cudi and Cassie and said, "Get dressed, we going to unalive this ninja." Clark said she didn't want to go. And Diddy replied, "I don't give a F what you want. Get dressed." Clark said once they arrived to Cudi's home, Diddy and his security guard, Ruben, entered the house through the front door. Clark said she was left in the car, so she called Cassie on her burner phone to alert her. Cassie was with Cudi at the time. Did we get testimony like that? I thought Kid Cudi said, maybe I missed that. I'm going to have to go back to that testimony. I thought Kid Cudi said she contacted him. Okay, I got that mixed up. I'm just going to have to go back in the testimony and see. Clark said Diddy came back to the car, took her phone, and called the last number on her call history. Clark said he took my phone and called the last number. Then I saw Cudi drive up. Mr. Combs saw my face and said, "There's that ninja right there." We drove off and saw police driving the other way towards Cudi's house. Cassandra said everyone was happy with her testimony 30 minutes ago. Now the lunch is over. Everyone mad at her. Are they really mad at her? This is a prime example of why I tell you guys, listen to all of the testimony. This is why I said what I said. Now, her testimony was a bit colorful. Now, it was a bit colorful, but the defense did not seem that worried about her testimony. So I was curious on what their cross was. And because it was so colorful, I figured the cross would be very interesting. I would have preferred Nicole Westmoreland, but Agnifilo seemed like he got some good sleep and he up here doing it as well. But yeah, Clark testified Diddy ordered her to call Cassie and tell her that Diddy, quote, had me and wouldn't let me go, end quote, until Cassie arrived. Clark said Cassie agreed and asked her to pick her up. Once Clark picked Cassie up, so Cassie was, so I guess that do kind of connect. So it sounds like when Diddy left, Cassie must have knew it. So Cassie went with Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi picked her up. And then maybe Capricorn called Cassie's phone. I thought she called Kid Cudi's phone, but nonetheless, she called Cassie's phone. They were together when all of this was happening. And so Clark said, "They coming to get me." Like Diddy about to, like he said, he gonna unalive us all. So then Cassie said, "Why don't you come pick me up?" Once Clark picked her up, she said they both went to Diddy's house. He allegedly told them not to speak to the police and asked them to convince Kid Cudi not to tell the police he was involved in the break-in. Then, of course, Capricorn said that after she and Cassie arrived at Diddy's home, he repeatedly kicked and beat Cassie. Clark tearfully testified she saw Diddy come to Cassie 100% full force, kicking her in the back while she was in a fetal position. Clark said Diddy told her, "If you jump in, I'm going to F you up." She added that Diddy's security guards did not intervene. Clark said she called Cassie's mom, Regina Ventura, to alert her about the abuse. Clark said, "He's beating the ish out of your daughter. I'm in over my head. Please help her. I can't call the police, but you can." Following the break-in, Cudi's car was set on fire. Clark testified she was contacted by the arson investigator but hung up because she just wanted this to be over. Clark said Diddy questioned her about how much she knew about Cassie and Cudi's relationship, and Diddy allegedly said, "I should kill you Winches with a B. I didn't hear nothing about a car chase, but okay, you said it was a car chase. It was getting real. Okay, so they asked him to repeat this again. How did Mr. Combs get into your building? Capricorn said, I was told the security guard got fired. What was his name? Some random security guard. What did he look like? Black guy, younger than 35. Agnifilo said, what was Mr. Combs doing with the GUN? Capricorn said, he had it in his hand. He wasn't pointing it at you? No. But you told the government he pointed it at you. Well, it says, or waved it around. That's more correct. Agnifilo said, where did you change into street clothes? In my closet. Isn't it true you went so that Mr. Combs wouldn't do something stupid? No, I went because he said he didn't care. I didn't want to go. Then Agnifilo said, he's a jealous guy. She said, he has a bad temper. Agnifilo said, to the Escalade, did you pass the security guard? I saw him in his little hut. Then Agnifilo said, Mr. Combs was behind the driver with the GUN on his lap. You made a call? Not then. Yes, Diddy used to be the hype man. He sure was. There are a lot of discrepancy. Listen, that's what the defense's job is to point out what they are. So we'll see, y'all. We'll see. Okay, let's see if the Shade Room got anything new. Let's see. Okay. Clark testified she often worked 20-hour days while employed by Diddy, which caused her to develop hair loss and a stress condition. So that kind of fills in the blank, right? Because some of the stuff was like stress condition. I'm like, okay, what is that attached to? Fresh off the heels of a holiday weekend, the prosecution calls its next witness to the stand, Capricorn Clark. Oh, this was the first part. I should have did that first. Clark is a former employee of Diddy who started at Bad Boy Records in 2004. She worked for Diddy until 2020. Last week, the jury heard from Cassie's mom, a former exec assistant of Diddy's and Kid Cudi and more. The prosecution questioned Clark about an incident in which Diddy threatened her. Clark testified she was walking through Central Park with Diddy and his head of security, Uncle Paulie, one night when Diddy revealed he knew Clark had previously worked for Suge Knight. Clark testified Diddy told her that since she had worked for Suge, if anything happened, he might have to unalive her. Clark said she took the threats very seriously. Clark testified that she had previously seen Diddy with a pow pow while he was in her home. She also said Diddy told his manager that he was having issues with 50 Cent. Ooh, 50 Cent. Mr. Combs told Chris Lighty he had a GUN. He had a problem with 50 Cent. Clark also testified someone once threatened to throw her into the East River for stealing. She said she was tasked with bringing 3 pieces of high-end jewelry to Teterboro Airport, but the jewelry went missing. Clark says she was questioned for 3 hours about the missing jewelry and was forced to take a lie detector test. She testified that she arrived at an NYC building she didn't recognize, and a large man threatened to throw her into the East River if she failed the test. So then they did a little asterisk, and it says Diddy's former assistant George Kaplan testified last week that he also was accused of stealing and forced to take a lie detector test on 2 occasions. Clark testified she often worked 20-hour days while employed by Diddy, which caused her to develop her hair loss and stress condition. She testified she typically worked from 7 a.m. to 4 a.m. for a $55,000 salary. Her job consisted of making sure he was fed, accompanying him to the studio, picking up his dry cleaning, and more. Clark also says she did not get paid overtime, although the head of HR provided her with paperwork proving that Diddy owed her $80K. So then the government said, how did Mr. Combs respond? Clark said he ripped up the paper. Prosecutors began questioning Clark about Diddy's hotel stays. Clark testified she was also responsible for setting up hotel rooms, which he typically stayed in with Kim Porter once a week. Clark said part of her job was to set up the hotel rooms with supplies, including cameras, bottles of baby oil, lube, and drugs such as ecstasy. Clark also testified Diddy would book weekly hotel rooms for himself and Cassie, where they would use IV drips for several days to help them recover from drug use. Diddy once forced Cassie to move at his command in front of other women. Clark testified that in the presence of herself and two other women, Diddy called for Cassie and gave her various commands such as walk over there, sit down, turn around. You know what this sounds like? You guys see Coming to America? And she was like hopping on one foot. It was like, oh, ruff, ruff, ruff. That's what it sounds like it's giving, what he told her to do. So he told her, walk over there, sit down, turn around, like we doing Father Abraham. Right arm, left arm, right foot. And then he turned to the other women and stated, you witches with a B won't do that. That's why you don't have a man. And Clark said she responded with, your mother effing right. Clark testified she was asked to obtain drugs for Diddy. She said that during a trip to the south of France, Diddy asked her to get cocaine. When Clark asked who the drugs were for, Diddy responded, not me. Clark says she obtained the cocaine through a security guard and testified Diddy had her retrieve prescription drugs in her name, which he would pay for. Capricorn Clark broke down in tears while testifying about a 2006 incident at Diddy's home in Star Island. She said Diddy pushed her multiple times, trying to first force her out of the house after a chef cursed at her for asking if they had turkey bacon in the residence. Clark responded, I hate it here, and the chef told Diddy. Clark testified Diddy forcibly shoved her again and again, saying, if you hate it here, get the F out of here. Clark said she quit her job, but later returned to the company to work for Cassie. Clark, who managed Cassie's image and career moves, testified she took Cassie to purchase a burner phone once she learned Cassie was dating Kid Cudi. She said Cassie told her about the relationship via text, which was a bad idea because Diddy paid for both of their phones. Clark said they went to Best Buy to get the new phone because she feared Cassie was going to get us all unalived. Okay, we back on that. Okay, let me see what else we got here. Agnifilo said, did you look at Kid Cudi's door to see if they could get through it? Capricorn responded, I was not really paying attention. I was so in my head trying to plan my next step. I was praying that Cudi was not in there. Agnifilo said, did Cassie have 2 rooms? Capricorn said, Cudi took her to 1 room. She had another. Agnifilo said, you are 100% that you called and told them Puff had a pow-pow. She said, yes. I said it very quickly. I didn't want Puff to see me on the phone. Yes, I said every time I try to leave, something keeps pulling me back. Capricorn got out and got right back in. Shoot, Maybe she was addicted to the lifestyle or whatever they were around. Who knows? Yeah, they were definitely prepped. You said I can't trust anybody that likes turkey bacon. That's from Wayne. He sounds like Mr. from The Color Purple. They all sound alike because he does the same thing to everyone. No, they sound alike because they were prepped. That's why. I'm glad my facial expression exhibits what you all are thinking. I was just thinking coming to America. That's what it sounds like, to be like, turn right, turn left, to the corner, hop up and down, move your head, blink, right arm, left arm, to the right, to the left. And then the fact that she did that, no, no ma'am. Yes. Stay Small say, yep, he asked Lori Ann, did she miss him? And she started blushing. Yep, she did. But she said Lori Ann and her were really good friends, is what she said. You said people like Diddy pay pennies because of who they are. Well, someone testified that and I don't know, if I'm assuming by how it looks like the tweet is, and I could be totally misinterpreting it because obviously I don't have the transcript. But somebody testified prior to, I don't know if you know, Virtually Yours, that they got paid $120,000 a year, which is, a decent salary. But it sounds like with her, she perhaps also had a car and a house. So that may be why hers was a little less. LL said Diddy never had respect for Cassie. You said 55K was a good salary in 06. Not in New York, was it? 55K might have been good in South Carolina or something, but New York? Yes, that's what I just said. The prosecutors are helpful with their stories because all the details are all alike to try to connect them charges. He wanted to pay me pennies with no car or house. Girl, what's pennies? What did he say? And Jay-Z too? This is all alleged, okay? I don't know who this is, Jay-Z or Diddy, okay? You said NOY and NYC, at least not Manhattan. That's from Tanika's 2 cents. People, 55K was a good salary in 2006, so she was paid well. Do you think it should have stayed at 55,000? She worked with them till 2020. Should have got a couple of raises here and there. No, and again, I'm looking at New York City from my perspective of visiting. So it's very expensive. That's why I said a lot of these YouTubers coming down there, this can be a very, very expensive endeavor unless you got someone who stays there. NYCBK said, Pam, this behavior is strange. He mistreated you and you go back multiple times. There's a scripture which share what does it profit a man to gain the world and lose it. So I'm sorry, these people. I think that, I don't know, maybe that he just always promised he wouldn't do it again. Similar to like what he did with his girlfriends. I'll do better. Or maybe when the good times were good, they were good. These were few and far between or something. I don't know. I don't have an explanation. I'm just a lawyer. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know. It didn't stay. Elite said it didn't stay at 55K. She came back to work with him multiple different roles. Did they elicit what she started making as she came back? Because the one that made 120,000, it was later on that he worked for me. Maybe it was 2016 or something. So it was a little bit later. No, we don't. Do people not understand Stockholm? Are you a psychologist, Pretty Cypher, or you just learned that on the internet, what Stockholm Syndrome is and how it affects people? I mean, there's a name for everything. Course correction said no, 55K was not a good salary in 06. The starting salary for new legal associates in 06 was 125. Listen, I don't know. I'm just trying to report the news. That's it. Report the trial. Are they done yet? Goodness, she gonna be on here all day, it looks like. All right. Mm-hmm. And then Agnifilo said, did you say that Lauren London was on the phone with you and Cassie and Cuddy? Capricorn said no. Only part of the time with her voice cracking. I wanted someone to know where I was. And what did you tell her? I'm scared of mountain lions? Was that a code or something? Oh. So then Agnifilo said mountain lions? He was probably looking like I was looking. What? And she said, I don't know if you know the Hollywood Hills Coyotes. Maybe Lauren was on the phone. Maybe. It's such a long time ago. Agnifilo said, are you aware that Lauren and Mr. Combs were friends for years after this? She said, yeah. So he was cool with Lauren London. I know Lauren London and Cassie were cool. It's a lot of pictures of them. Leo said the internet will make any. Yeah, there's always a diagnosis. And narcissistic or whatever, people are saying he's narcissist. They use that for everything. Like everybody. Do I think he got some type of personality situations? Yes, that's obvious because you can look at the shift in his eyes and how he switches up. Does he have a temper? Yes, he does. Cassie alleged it was bipolar, which means you have manic and you have depression. So he may have depressive modes, which is maybe when he actually goes get help. I don't know. And he has manic modes where that would explain you being up for 2 and 3 days where you're manic and can't go to sleep. And I think the internet diagnoses everybody. And it's like, just because you don't like someone's behavior doesn't mean that they fit the bill of what you're saying from what diagnoses are. You know, they used to do that. Wasn't it like your sexuality? They used to try to put that as a diagnosis. Everybody always, so I'm very, very careful on that's not my thing. That's not what my profession is. And so I try to be very careful. Just because you don't like him, he's narcissist. And no narcissist can be a good dad. That is so generalized to me to say if you're a narcissist, you can't be a good parent. I'm not going to say that. I don't know that to be true. I don't. I think a lot of people just they do things to their debility. So yeah. People are always calling people narcs. I really don't care about I know what the definition is. That doesn't mean that you can unprofessionally fit somebody in what you call the definition. Because someone acts self-inflated at some point in their life. There's times you wake up and you're like, I am exactly who I think I am. Especially if you were raised with self-esteem or your parents instilled that in you. Like you could never say I was ugly because I was like, shoot, my mama called me beautiful every day. Use a lie. People would say, oh, she's a narc because of that. No, like y'all, like I don't subscribe to that. Just like I don't subscribe to view this emotionally, or people get mad because I just ain't bashing Diddy all over the internet when it comes to the facts of this case. I can say personally, yeah, I don't like you and I don't like what you did. But for what I'm trying to do on this platform, I can't do that. So yeah. He's a very, yeah. He was power tripping and he ain't even, I don't even think he really about that life. That's the big thing. And then I think we are forgetting to put this in the context of 2 substance abusers acting in altered states for years. That is true too. You have to take that into account on the drug abuse. That is true. We don't know how that affects it, but you know, everybody on the internet, they just be diagnosing people. Oh my God. Tim Bree said exactly there are levels to mental health care, and it takes a while to unpeel that onion. I'm assuming a lot of people haven't been to therapy or or don't know. Like to be like, I Googled it and he fits all of the I hit Google and the definition fits all of what he said. Like, well, there's other personality disorders that are very similar to narcissism. Did you know that? Just asking. Simone B said people on the internet strip folks that are humanity on a daily basis. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Regardless to what he's accused of, let his doctor diagnose him. Like I said, it may be an expert that says he suffers from A, B, C, D, and E. And we gonna find out in a minute what it is. We don't know. So I'm just gonna let them do it, okay? Also tired of hearing the internet call everything grooming. They swear everyone is a victim and was groomed. They turn grooming into something very negative. Mentors are needed. That's from Elite Leo. These IG and Google diagnoses. Yeah, you know it ain't gonna stop, but I just try to refrain from it. What I said was what was said in the testimony. And I've seen the shift in his eyes, and there are certain things that I'm like, yeah, he seemed like he was different to different people. Somehow he was able to categorize himself, which is very interesting to me. But that's not what I do. So I can't say what that is. So, and he does have kids, man. Like, we do just think like the kids ain't did nothing. Lil Love just was what she like 2 or something. Like this is still like her dad. Yeah, he done did some garbage stuff. But anyways, Agnifilo says, then you see the Porsche coming up the hill. Capricorn says, yes, Cuddy is in the black Porsche. He stops next to us, then speeds off, and we chase him. So this is where the chasing comes. Agnifilo says, then he loses us and we turn away. Then we see police pass us. Did Kid Cudi testify to a whole police chase? Am I missing something? I'm sorry. Did Kid Cudi testify that I thought he came home and by the time he got home, they weren't there? Little baby, this is interesting. You can also take that as code switching. I don't behave the same way with the babies as I would with my friends I'm having drinks with. Or people don't act the same way at work that they do if they're just hanging out with their friends. You go in, you get professional. Like I don't act like this in court. I'm very much deference. I am very much old school. We need black suits and blue suits, and we're in federal court. We got to have this level of deference. It's your honor this and to the court. And like if you've even seen me on just doing YouTube in court, I have a different deference in court as well. I'm not acting out everything in court. I'm not, trying to get y'all to look at it in this way in court. So yeah, there are different, what they say, when you in Rome, you act like the Romans. So there's some of that too. Kay Wood said, told you. All right. I don't remember anything about a chase. So Kay Wood, was that in Cuddy's testimony at all? The ancestor said they keep letting people come on the stand and add to stories of victims and witnesses that have testified. It's weird. Stacy said, no, he didn't. He paid them white men more. Yeah, that's what I got from the testimony from the assistants. What about demonic from Jennifer Thomas? I think he said that about, what he's fighting. Yes, code switching. People say what you see is what you get, but I don't think that's possible. Why didn't Cuddy mention the chase? I don't know. Y'all tell me, Stace. Tamara said if a chase happened, he would have said it and it didn't. Oh, gosh. Queen Brielle said Kid Cudi's testimony in the Diddy trial did not include details about the alleged car chase. Oh, man. I'm just glad I'm not the only one that's like, huh? Where'd that come from? So then Agnifilo says, you go pick up Cassie and go where? She said, Cudi's house. There was ADT there. So Cassie came back to Cudi's house? Then Agnifilo says, then you go to Mr. Combs' house and you say you see Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there and even in the street. So you pick Cassie up. Y'all go to Cudi's house. And then y'all go to Diddy's house? Maybe Cudi didn't know they were riding after him. Could be. That's from Sister Craft. Let's talk common sense. Stacy said, I don't think it happened. Tamara said it's not making sense. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see what the transcript got to say because I'm not following at this point. Pick Cass. So Cassie, but she did say Cassie was in with Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi did mention something about a room, a hotel room. So I think maybe they were at a hotel room. So that means Kid Cudi left her at the room. And then she told Capricorn to pick her up. I don't know. I got to retrace these steps. We might have to revisit this. Not Jaheen charged with 6 counts of animal cruelty. What you do, Jaheen? You can have anything I've got. All of me right on the spot. Okay, according to the Shade Room, it has Jaheen was in trouble in Metro Atlanta earlier this month. The singer was arrested on May 1st for several charges of animal cruelty. You know they don't play about animals. People? Oh, shoot. They let you go ahead and be hit. But animals? Now you cross the line. He was charged with 6 counts of animal cruelty and was released from jail the next day. Court documents reveal that Jaheen was accused of not providing enough water, sanitary conditions, and ventilation to the dogs. Reports say he owns the following dogs: a pit bull terrier, French bulldog, hound mixed breed, a pit bull terrier, another pit bull terrier, and another pit bull. Not free Jaheen. He looked like life ain't been no crystal stairs. That's how he look on his mugshot. Life has been hard. Oh, Jesus. So then let's go back to the one before. You go to pick up Cassie and go where? Cudi's house. There was ADT there. Agnifilo said, then you go to Mr. Combs' house and you say you see Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there and even in the street. She says, yes. Agnifilo says, you hung up on the fire inspector? I did. When you were on vacation, it was with who? She says, Rihanna. Shoot, everybody name up in here. Now, Riri entered the building. After you were fired, what job did you get? I was hired by Chris Lighty to work for 50 Cent. So what are y'all talking about? She ain't had no opportunities. 50 Cent hired her because he was sitting up there So you went to his arch nemesis. She just said she stayed with him because she got blackballed, but you left and started working for 50 Cent. That's exactly how 50 probably got the tea. Let me go to 50 Cent. Let me see if he talking yet. He said, you know, he's out here talking about, wait a minute, Puffy's got a GUN. I can't believe this. I don't feel safe. You know he was about to troll. And then he put what the inner city said on here. Y'all know 50 was about to act crazy. That needs help. Okay, is anybody available? While y'all diagnosing, are y'all available for 50 Cent? So then Agnifilo says, here you wrote to Mr. Combs, one day you'll forgive me. Anyway, be well. She said yes. And then you wrote on February 28, 2015, your grace period to be mad at me has surpassed the agreed time, LOL. You wrote that. Yes, sir. Girl, he kidnapping you and got you in there with Danny DeVito and them up in the doggone buildings and stuff and putting you at gunpoint in cars, and you talking about why you mad at me. This testimony is special. You said he's beyond help. Sexy RICO 50 does this. He is a professional troller. Y'all know. I don't know y'all. Philly girl, y'all help me out because I'm trying to understand. So now, and this is why I say, look at all of the I'm gonna keep hammering that in. It be looking real. So what I'm saying is, some people are alleging, they feel like the government has proven their case. I don't necessarily believe that based on what they have. Plus, we haven't seen all the evidence. And the law is the jury cannot even give an opinion until they've gotten all the evidence. How much weight is the jury going to put on these people? What if they say, we don't even care about what Kid Cudi talking about? We don't even care what Capricorn talk. What if they just start knocking some of these out? Like, was he a bad person? Yeah. Was he, angry? Yeah, that was definitely given. But nobody can agree exactly the levels, and everybody want to still work for him, and everybody want to still be cool with him. So what is that all about? It's so much to it where you need all of the evidence. That's all I'm saying. And when you get all the evidence, you might still think how you think. He did it. He need to go to prison. Or you may think, nah, Pam didn't put up those jury instructions and it don't look like they satisfied their burden. They made reasonable doubt as to this crime and that crime and that crime. I don't know. Capricorn was carrying bones. That's from Simone B. Bishop B. Hey, thank you for coming over. Hey, let's talk about. They scared of what? Shoot, they got them. People are talking now because they say they're no longer scared. So are we still gonna like, people have filed lawsuits and their reasoning for waiting so long is because they're saying, you know, I don't know. Shoot. I don't know. All right, let's see here. Let's see what we got. I said, girl, start over. So we already talked about she wrote the little letter with XX. Then Agnifilo said, please read that out loud. Capricorn said, I wrote, she was never my friend. She wanted me gone. I realized. Agnifilo said, did you think Cassie wanted you gone? She started crying and she was like, sorry. So they said she was crying. She said, this is complicated for me. I felt that I was Puff's protector. So then Capricorn says, I felt I was the only one gone. She was still there and things were getting worse. I tried to keep professionalism as the goal. Agnifilo says, you thought you could be his protector? She said, it was to move the ball toward the goal, to inspire. She does sound like she is mad that Cassie was able to stay there and be with him and she got fired? I don't know. It's very interesting. I don't know. Elise said it sounds like she has a crush on him. Hey, he said, so I need y'all, all you Google psychologists, I need to know what's this all about. What do you think? Not Shakira talking about somebody love 50. We done moved on to this next bombshell in this testimony, Shakira. I need you to keep up now. You said, what is she? A pick me? This is some of the most interesting testimony I have ever heard in my entire life. And this is my career. It's very interesting. Hey, me. What's happening? The witness backfired on the prosecution. She's not credible. I don't know. They may, depends on how much weight they're going to put on her testimony. I don't know. Sound like some young folks stuff. Wayne said a lot of people were. It sounds like she was really jealous. Like other people got to stay and she got to go, which to some people it may give she's exaggerating some of this stuff and making up some of this stuff but she can't really make up the whole Kid Cudi. They kind of at least have some coinciding incident. But how she got there, we don't really know if that's how she got there. As far as saying, oh, I had the GU into my head and all of that, because of course Kid Cudi wouldn't know that. They would have to take her testimony. So which part of the testimony are they going to believe? Do they think she's adding to the testimony to make it more sensationalized because she keeps crying and saying it's complicated? She keeps saying it's complicated. You said she could be jealous and honest. Sexy said 2 things can be true at the same time. she could be jealous and honest. I don't. Well, she said her job was she was the personal assistant, and then she went into corporate jobs later. So she was with him for a number of years until 2020, and she was trying to get a job with them last year. So she's had multiple jobs, to answer your question. She is solely focused on staying in the industry games. And yeah, she could. She is more dramatic than Cassie. I mean, she said this is hard for her. Because it's like, I guess she knows he's done bad things, but it's something like she don't want to be mad at him and she don't hate him. Kind of like how Cassie was. Like, everybody in the streets are mad and they ready to like picket signs if he walk out there, and everybody want him to stay behind bars, but she don't care if he behind bars or not. It's like, maybe he done buried some hair in the backyard or something on these people. I don't know. Okay. So then Agnifilo says, did it hurt that he would only take you back because Cassie wanted you? She said, yes. I have no parents. My son is autistic. My stakes are higher, sir. The judge said, how much more, Mr. Agnifilo? And he said, well, can you talk to the government? So apparently she crying like it's 3:00, and that's usually when the government takes a break. So then Agnifilo says, just a few more minutes and we'll get you out today. So she says, thank you, sir. Agnifilo said, you did a lot of great work with Cassie in 2016 and 17, right? She said, I believe so. Said Cassie had addiction problems. She said, yes. Stay said, just like Don, Capricorn got too much coaching from the prosecutor. Kay Wood says she's extremely over the top with her testimony. I can't trust her. But I know the government's glad you're not on the jury. Cuddy's car was fired by, and she didn't even testify to seeing a raging fire. That's from Robert Mathis. She might not have been there. She didn't testify to the burning, so she can't corroborate that, I guess. Jesus said it's called sin. That's the diagnosis. Repent, for the kingdom of God is at hand. The ancestor said, girl, what are we talking? I don't know. I'm getting lost now. I'm really getting lost. Oh, God. And Max said, I don't believe this type of testimony is isolated. Being in the entertainment industry requires some tolerating some ugly to get some good. And that's what I said. Maybe when it was good, it was good. Just like in abusive relationships. When it's good, it's good. She got a couple of stories she's alleging out of a span of 15 years, 10, 15 years. She has, she has a few stories. So maybe the majority of it was good. She just had some moments where maybe he thought she was being disloyal when she knew about the whole Kid Cudi situation. So maybe that was something with him where like, okay, I need loyalty in my circle, and she seemed like she was disloyal. I don't know. Then it sounds like he fired her, and the only reason why he brought her back was because Cassie wanted her to be back. So she just testified she's upset that Diddy didn't just say, I'm gonna hire you back on my own volition. It was basically Diddy told her, you can come back, but I'm only letting you back because of Cassie. Okay. So then Agnifilo said, you made a short movie with her. Capricorn said, it was called Love a Loser. Agnifilo said, you wrote to him asking for forgiveness. She said, I wanted my life back, my dream, my competency. And they put the exclamation point. That's the only reason why I'm being, adding the hypeness to it. So yeah, she wrote that. I guess she helped with the short movie. And then she asked Diddy to forgive her. Forgive her for what? Like, what did she do? And nobody gonna ask that question. Diddy probably has dirt on everyone and they can say but so much, but that's my opinion, not a fact. Okay. Been there. She worked for Suge as well and never told Diddy. You think that's what that meant? If you covered the earlier in the chat, forgive me. Mark A, the attorney, quit the defense team, a blogger. I know some. Not Agnifilo is doing cross-examination right now. Is that who you talking about, Afro Puff Auntie? Agnifilo is literally right now doing the cross-examination. Allegedly, Nah said, allegedly a lot of people did bad things. And this information, I forgot what the case is really about. All I know is Diddy allegedly have a lot being sane or not. DA ancestor says she would have a reason to lie if the DNA on the car was hers, avoid charges in exchange for testimony. Wayne said it's going to be a mistrial. Cassie, Capricorn sounds like they would all go back to him if he get off. Both testimony doesn't say regret being with him. Why it sounds they will that was my point. Like, they don't seem like this is a part of my life I want to erase. Most people that have been like literally abused, like, who wants to say, oh, that shaped me to be the person I am. I'm a tough fighter now. I'm not scared to beat people up in the street. No, you would be like, if you could have a redo, you gonna redo that. She basically said like she was, I guess, okay with how her life was. It shaped who she was, is what she said. But hey, I don't know, y'all. We don't know what Jane Doe got to say. She might be the bombshell. We don't know. You want your life back, but let me go back to the man who kidnapped me twice. That's what she said. She said, but see, the fact she started working for 50 Cent, though, now that undermines the fact she said he blackballed her and she couldn't get a job ever. Now, it sounds like she did know maybe there was an issue with 50 Cent. So she went to, so let's like break this down now. So you worked for Suge Knight. Then you left Suge Knight to go to Diddy, who is literally Suge Knight's arch nemesis, right? And then they let you know almost, they think maybe you came over here to try to get some information and be a snitch. So they probably made her basically show herself and who she is, because that's a little, little iffy that you come from Suge Knight. Then when you and Diddy don't get along, or whatever happens with y'all and you get fired, because she didn't leave, she got fired. You go work for 50 Cent, who you just testified you knew Diddy carried a GUN for because they had issues. So you left him to go with 50 Cent, and you think he about to hire you back? If that's really like the course of everything that happened, am I missing something here? So you knew who was beefing with who, and then you decide if it didn't work out with that beef, then you work with the person they beefing with. Because maybe, I guess, in your mind, you know that they not going to care what that person thought about you. It reminds me of like situations where people have worked, I'm not going to put their business out there, people that have worked for big type bloggers or whatever, and then they leave and go work for other bloggers, and they carry those bones over what they know as being working for them. That's what it's giving. Like, it seemed like that Diddy may have been concerned about if they had that conversation or not. Was those same words Cassie said about I'm not sure, Kay Wood, what you're saying. Thank you for the super chat. She talking about Diddy. I know 50 threatened her. You know what? Y'all think 50 doing that too? 50 seemed like he just cool. I don't know. But I don't know these people. Seems like to me it's all about staying in the industry no matter who it's with. That's what she said, work in progress. I thought she said she didn't work. That's what she said. He blacklisted her. That's why they pulled out that she worked for 50. I do believe the government has proven RICO. They need the proof of the elements of RICO, including an enterprise. The closing statement can bring it home for the government. The closing statements is not what the government says is not evidence. It has to be the evidence. So as of that, and it's not RICO, it's conspiracy to commit RICO. But nonetheless, just because you got 2 predicate acts does not cover everything within a RICO. And you're assuming the jury believes it. The jury may not believe he bribed people. The jury may not believe he set anybody on fire, the cars on fire. The jury, like, for you to come with that, you have to believe that the jury is going to place weight on every single witness and believe what every single witness said. That means the cross-examination, you got to eliminate everything, how they showed how some people were prepped, super, like, meeting with the prosecutor a number of times, how some people fell apart on cross-examination, how they showed some of these relationships, people still want to work with Diddy. Like, you have to eliminate all of that. The only time your premise even works, it shouldn't work right now anyway, because if you're over here, I say you shouldn't be given any type of conclusions till you get all the evidence as the jury. They're not supposed to make any conclusions until everything is presented. That's how it works. So what you're saying is they proved their case. The only way is if you believe everything everybody said and you think they're not going to care about nothing the defense have to say and none of the cross-examination. That's why I'm saying it doesn't make sense to make that type of statement that it was proven. Because that's all I'm saying. I don't know why they didn't do Agnifilo. I don't know. The government has proved Diddy is an awful person with no morals, but a great businessman so far. That's from Work in Progress. Have they put out different information that if taken as true? The government, literally, the jury can say, I don't believe none of this stuff. This is a whole farce, and I don't want to believe none of it. That's their prerogative. They're the jurors. So in order to make that assumption, we have to believe that just because they're alleging certain predicate acts, oh yeah, he committed them crimes, it's a RICO. That's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. No, you have to give reasonable doubt. And do they have things that is reason? And you have to prove the actual elements. What are the elements? For the people telling me, saying that, oh, everything was proven, y'all don't even know the elements half the time. But that's another story for another day. Let me get back here because they should be about done at this point. My goodness. So then Agnifilo said, when you worked with me, you wanted to work for him, right? She said, we discussed it, nothing further. So that was the last one. He talked about how he wanted to work for him. I think Westmoreland probably should have done that. That's just my opinion. I'm a little biased with the black woman too. So that is a bias of mine. Okay. I think we don't be getting enough shine. That's just it. I think the default is to deal with men of a certain color. And that's something that we deal with even now, even though we are allowed to be lawyers. So that is definitely a bias of mine, and I'm going to acknowledge it. So then Miss Steiner got back up and she said, how much was Mr. Combs required to pay you? And there was a sidebar. What happened with the job with Chris Lighty? She said he died the day before I was supposed to start. Then after Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone. Huh? Yeah, I got to see what that says. So there was an objection and a sustain. So she's saying whoever she is supposed to work for, he passed on right before she was supposed to start. Let me see, Chris Lighty. Let me look him up. So he died in 2012 in Riverdale, New York. Daryl Stephen Chris Lighty was an American music manager and record producer. He co-founded Violator, a record label management and marketing company which represented hip-hop and R&B artists. I'm reading Wikipedia. Such as Busta Rhymes, A Tribe Called Quest, Nas, Mobb Deep, Missy Elliott, LL Cool J, Norwegia, Prodigy, 50 Cent, Mariah Carey, and Sean Diddy Combs. The New York Times called him one of the most powerful figures in the hip-hop business. He was born in the Bronx and raised in the Bronx River housing projects. And so, yeah, he died August 30th, 2012. So after that, we know she worked for Diddy again. So Diddy allegedly. Oh, wow. My goodness. Mm. Yeah, that's what they say on the Wikipedia. He was dating Kim Porter. Child, where I been? So he was dating Kim Porter in 2012? Oh, my. Okay, let me Google that. Mm-mm-mm. Yes, I remember him. Okay, let me see. Y'all said he was dating Kim Porter. Oh, it came up in the Google. Diddy's baby mama, Kim Porter. Hold on. Kim Porter was getting friendly with other music execs and Diddy broke her nose. That's supposed to be why he broke her nose, allegedly. Oh, he was married too. Like he was married with kids. What in the world? Oh Lord. So they said Diddy was just out here doing the most, huh? Cause y'all just a kid. They got a whole lot of blood on his hands the way this stuff looks. Okay, here go a TikTok. I don't know if it's gonna come up. Oh, man. All right, I'm not going down this rabbit hole. I'm not gonna let y'all do this to me. Oh my gosh. What? Lighty was 50's best friend. Yeah, they saying he unalived himself. So you know they're going to attach Diddy to everything at this point. Mm-mm-mm-mm. So then she says, I was blacklisted. There was an objection sustained. Why did you return to work for Mr. Combs? She said, so people could see I wasn't disposable. At this level of business, he held all the power. Why did you meet them? To get my life back. Yeah, I'm not going to do it, Sexy Arian. Thank you for the super chat. They've said that to a lot of people, man. I'm like, they had said he out here being Lighty was connected would have been war in New York. He from the Bronx. That's why I was just saying, like, I don't know. He don't seem like he would have just been no punk. Like, okay. Yeah, he shot him some backyard at his house. Chris Lighty also worked on Diddy reality. Did he leave a note or something? Was there some type of note left behind? Right. It was Shakir Stewart that dated Kim Porter. He also unalived himself. I can't do this with y'all. You know, I don't know these people. Let me see. Shakir, he was another record. So they like these people in the record industry. It seems to me you wouldn't want to talk to people in the record. So he died in 2008. These people were young too. Shakir Stewart, a native of Oakland, California, was an American record producer and record exec in a number of companies, the latest being Def Jam. At the time of his death, he was the senior vice president of Island Def Jam Music Group and the exec vice president of Def Jam. Let me see if they say the cause of death or something. On November 1st, 2008, Stewart was found in the bathroom of his home in the Atlanta suburb of Marietta with a self-inflicted pow wound. He was pronounced dead at the nearby hospital. Def Jam stated that Stewart was, quote, a truly incredible friend and father who was an inspiration to not only our artists and employees, but to his family and the many people who had the privilege of counting him as a friend. L.A. Reid stated, whatever his problems were, he kept them hidden. To this day, I miss him. The loss was devastating. They did. They died the same way. On August 30th, 2012, Lighty was found dead on the patio of his South Riverdale, Bronx apartment from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. The New York Daily News reported that a GUN shot was heard and Lighty was found lying face up with a 9mm pistol next to his body. Jesus. I wouldn't even want to be in this industry. Like, what in the world? There was a documentary about Chris. He was home with his wife. Y'all hear that? He was home with his wife. I think she might have seen somebody coming over there to do something. But some of y'all be blaming him for everything, though, because it's like, you know, some of these people had health problems, like Heavy D. They still was like everybody, nobody from that era is around anymore. Nobody from Uptown. Everybody's gone. The only person there is Diddy, Andre Harrell. He had health challenges, but everybody, you know, they still like, I don't know. They say diabetes, but not really. I don't think so. He was beefing with Diddy. That's why I don't really be believing a lot of this stuff. Okay, so then the government say, in the kidnapping, did Mr. Combs carry a GUN? She said yes. And then the judge said, I know we kept you longer than I said. Thank you. See you tomorrow. All rise. So that was the end of the testimony for the day. So they left. There's a connection with Diddy and Chris's wife. 50 has talked about it. L.A. Reid got a case going on. I got to check to see if it's still going on, but he got a case against him and nobody talks about it. He had a case where he's accused of some things. Bobby said, I don't understand the freak off designation. Sounds like considering adults engaged in unusual behavior. That's what the defense hoped the jury thinks, just like you, Bobby. That's what they hope. So this is a feed from the reporter. So that's why you have little bits. He types as fast as he can. But typically I'll try to get the transcript, but we'll see. If I do, I'll come back tonight and go into it. But she's done, which means tomorrow the witnesses that didn't go on today will probably go on, which are the fire inspector and all of that good stuff. They were supposed to go on today, but I guess her testimony took the whole day. You said another neutral. They neutralized the testimony, I think so. But never know what a jury is thinking. All right, y'all. We've been on for 4.5 hours. Thank you guys, all the ones that have rocked with your girl, all of the super chats and all of the love. But I gotta go eat. It's 3:30 and I got some more work to do. So hopefully I'll be back later on tonight with the that sounds like it's about to be long though. That might be a 3-hour transcript read. I don't know. We'll see. But thank you guys again to all of the new subscribers. I appreciate you. I appreciate all the love. Please make sure you hit the like button if you forgot to do it on your way in. Subscribe to the channel or consider subscribing if you like the content. I appreciate you all and I'm out of here. I'll talk to you guys later.